evening. The San Dimas City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 14th will come to order. First off, I'd just like to apologize to the people in the audience as well as to the people at home. I'm sorry that we're delayed. We had a very extensive special meeting dealing with 3 different issues, of which you'd be very proud to tell you we didn't finish one. So we'll be continuing that meeting to a date that will be set up by the council. So please rise. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Presentations, the American Red Cross staff.
Before we go to presentations, due to the discussion at the study session, there's a request to remove consent item number 3, which is the Boards and Commissions Handbook, and to defer that until a future time, such as the study session can conclude and provide recommendations.
Thank you. American Red Cross, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shani Swain. I'm the volunteer for American Red Cross. Currently, I am the volunteer committee leader. Do you want to make it short or long?
Long as you,
Okay.
you have the podium.
Okay, thank you. Truly appreciate City of San Dimas honoring this proclamation. March is Red Cross Month, which has been celebrated since 1943 when President Franklin D. Roosevelt requested that. During this month of March, our people rededicate themselves to the splendid aims and activities of the Red Cross. Since then, our nation has proclaimed March as a Red Cross Month across the country. Each year, on average, American Red Cross responds to more than 60,000 disasters across the country, trains more than 4.8 million people in first aid, water safety, and other life-saving skills, collects more than 4.6 million blood donations and nearly 1 million platelet donations from more than 2.6 million volunteer donors, provides nearly 471,000 services to military members, veterans, and their families, helps 230 million people outside the U.S. through American Red Cross disease prevention and disaster services. On behalf of the American Red Cross Los Angeles region, we thank our supporters, we raise awareness about our work, and ask the public to support our life-saving mission. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. If you just stand by. City of San Dimas Proclamation, American Red Cross Month 2023. Whereas in times of crisis, people in San Dimas come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by the American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of the Red Cross volunteers here in San Dimas, who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join in the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas in the greater San Gabriel and Pomona Valleys, the contribution of the local Red Cross volunteers gives hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, donating essential blood for accidents and burn victims, heart surgery, organ transplant victims and patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, sickle cell disease, supporting service members and veterans along with their families and caregivers through the unique challenges of military life, helping to save the lives of others with first aid and CPR and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. And whereas their work in preventing and alleviating human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience. We dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance this noble legacy of the American Red Cross founder, Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." We ask others to join in this commitment to give back to our community, and now, therefore, I, Emmett G. Badar, Mayor Pro Tem John Ebder, Council members Eric Nakano, Ryan Vienna, and Eric Weber, do hereby proclaim March 2023 as Red Cross Month in the city of San Dimas. In witness thereof, I, Mayor Emmett G. Badar, have hereon set my hand and caused the seal of the city of San Dimas to be affixed this 14th day of March 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
so
I would
much.
just like to make the comment that anytime that we have an unforeseen emergency around here, my staff, or our staff, excuse me, let us know that they are in touch with the American Red Cross and they are going to be there to help us. And I want to thank you on behalf of this body for everything you guys do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's our honor serving this community. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Assistant Fire Chief William Romo. He's going to discuss with us the Defensible Space Program that's being pushed by the County Fire Department at this time. Assistant Chief?
Well, I'm not Assistant Chief Romo.
Well, sir, I apologize, Chief.
That's okay.
Insman.
That's okay. I'm Assistant Fire Chief Mike Inman, your local fire chief, and I'm here to introduce Assistant Chief of Forestry Bill Romo and Forestry Assistant Alex Villalta to give you a presentation on the Defensible Space Program that we have going on. It's been going on for years now, but this year it's a little bit different, and these folks are going to give you an explanation.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you guys very much for having us here. So the program itself has been going on for 25 years, and essentially the brush clearance program is now going to start being known as the Defensible Space Program, and that's to be they use the same terminology as the state is going to be using. CAL FIRE was mandated by the governor to have a transparent brush inspection program that they could document that these structure-saving, life-saving inspections could be performed. Last year, we were charged by CAL FIRE to use this new inspection program that removed our essentially a manual database on what our inspections were, and it mandated us to use the GIS platform because that's what the inspection process is. in the very high fire severity zones, which the maps that we're currently using are from 2007, because those are the ones that are approved. So the fire zones have remained constant since for the last several years. And what happened is when we did that, and we pulled the data off and then pulled the single-family residence on, we had an increase. We doubled our inspections because the new construction and the fire zones that wasn't being captured. And quite frankly, a lot of the firefighters were performing the inspections and properties were compliant, so they just never got added to the list. So folks received a letter for the first time this year, which has stemmed a lot of questions. And the part is now we're coming back with the public outreach for it on that. If we can go to the next, I think this is it. Slide. So here's the process. We do the initial notification, which is the letter that you folks received, and we put that up in the first of the year. It's a lot of legal verbiage in there, and it almost seems like you're in violation right now, but what it's doing is identifying that you're in a very high fire severity zone. And what that is we have to notify you that you're required to perform certain vegetation reduction measures in these areas here. And then usually we start our inspection process. The firefighters go out there and perform the inspections, and the thought process was they take their jurisdictional area over. They have the expertise on it, and the thought process is that when they're doing the inspections, they kind of already know where the problems are, and that it also gives them more institutional knowledge of where the problem spots might be during an actual firefight. So usually in the desert, April, the fuels dry out, vegetation, synonymous with fuels, dries out there earlier. Their inspections start then in May in the intermaries, which is going to be the mountainous areas of San Gabriel's and the foothills and coming down Santa Clarita, and then June in the coastal. And that's just dependent on the fuel moisture that's in the fine fuels. So the goal is that we don't have people going out there and removing these hazardous fuels and they come back before the inspection gets performed and they possibly get a notice to redo the inspection. So the first inspection, most people are compliant, and that's the last they'll see of their firefighter inspector. For those properties that are non-compliant, there's a form that's left at the property, and it has specific instructions on it on why it isn't compliant. So a box is checked. It's got the legal code there for whether it's a health code or if it's the fire code of why it's a violation and the standard that is expected to be at. And on that document is the firefighter's name and a phone number to contact for clarification. There's a minimum of 30 days given until a reinspection is performed. On the second inspection, if the person's found compliant, that's the end of the process. They get inspected next year. If it is found non-compliant for the second time, they are put into an administrative phase where it gets moves from the firefighter and it moves into the forestry office, and that's when we have to start working with the property owners to clear the property. There's a lot of first-time people here. We understand this, so this year we figure it's primarily going to be a lot of education and helping people understand and get through this and understand what fire safe is as far as what the fire code's expectations are. So when we're performing this, if a property owner absolutely does not clear their property and is found in non-compliant after that 60 days, 30 days for each non-compliant inspection, it goes into this enforcement piece. And that's when we actually go out there and we clear the property for them through our vendor, which is County Ag. And they get assessed the fee. There's a penalty and administration fine that goes with it that the fire department collects. And then there's the actual cost of removing or abating the threat that the County Ag has their vendors go out and perform, and that's also collected. That's all performed, so once it goes into the legal aspects of it, it goes into the defensible space unit, which was formerly the brush clearance, and that's under our purview in our brush clearance office, and there's 7 folks that are in there, and yeah, they have more of the legal expertise. If we have to go get warrants to enter properties, if we have to get restraints and the legal things associated with getting on our properties. We usually don't get to that far. We're very easy to work with, and ideally is what we want is compliance. We want people to get their properties in that fire safe situation so that, if a fire does go through there, that the structure remains. Thanks. Yeah, that's the penalties and fines. So as we go through, those are the penalties and fines, and it could go up to almost more than $3,000 a day, and that's because of the associated costs with just having people dedicated to pushing this process and getting the legalities established, and they reimburse us for our cost. And the next thing over here on the left is the 410B inspection. That's what the firefighters are going to leave at the doorstep, and they're going to identify the date, a reinspection date if one should be needed, and identify any corrections needed with some verbiage at the bottom there for clarification, along with their name and their station and phone number contact. And the next thing over is the diagram of what they're looking for. So what we're looking for is horizontal and vertical spacing. And as you can see there, it's not only the height of the plants, but it's also where they are positioned in your property. If you have slopes, the spacing needs to be a little bit more because of the way the heat dynamics work and the way the fire will move through there versus the spacing on there. And that's just in the environment. That's not considering the structure. The last picture there is kind of demonstrating to you what a fire-safe house could look like. And even that one right now, by the new standards that are possibly coming down with the Zone 0, that picture would be kind of antiquated, but it does demonstrate the vertical and horizontal spacing of the vegetation. The caveat there is the trees up against the house and anything combustible within that 0 to 5 feet, which I'll talk about later. On the bottom there, you can see the fire code for us is Title 22. The Resource Code 4291 and the Senate Bill 3074, all the governing factors and regulating documents that we have to abide by. Next, please. Okay, so what we're looking at, there's 4 zones, and the zones are starting from the structure itself, and that's starting from the wall of the structure, not the roof overhang. And then in certain cases, it includes the decks. So the deck would be included part of the house as long as it was connected. So the Zone 0 is from the wall of the house, 5 feet extending from it, and that's called the ember resistant zone. Now, Zone 0 was put into effect law last year. The caveat was the Board of Forestry is supposed to come up with specific language of how it's supposed to be enforced and what is the expectations are on there. That didn't occur. The expectations is that language is established and finished by the end of this year, with implementation for new construction or remodels next year and for existing structures in 2025. It is very restrictive in that area. We were part of the process of being able to look at the documentations. It's pretty much considered going to be it looks like it will be very barren in there. You could have trees in that area as long as the trunk is a certain size and that it's up over the structure, limbs removed 10 feet above the roof line. That's what it looks like, but non-combustible. So that means combustible lawn furniture made out of plastic or nylon, because that's a petroleum product, or the cushions on wrought iron furniture are considered combustible. So they're going to want that moved away from in that 0 to 5 foot zone is what it looks like. So like I said, educational component, kind of get people prepared for it. Inspectors are coming out. There's going to be contact phone numbers for folks to call us to keep tabs on that. Then we go out to the, yep, that's okay. We can go to the next one. So then the next, okay, the assembly bills. Yeah, the next zone is Zone 1, the 5 to 30 feet. And the way they describe that is lean, clean, and green zone. So they want to keep that area there relatively, they want that spatial distance between the larger bushes. You can have grass there or annual grasses as long as it's kept within 3 inches, and that we don't have ladder fuels. And what ladder fuels are simply is that different vegetation types, the ground cover isn't growing up into your bushes, the bushes aren't growing up into your trees, that you actually have that physical spacing between those, so that vertical spacing. So if fire does get in there and start the creep in the ground cover, it doesn't actually hit the bush and actually climb up the bush and into the tree canopy. The next zone is Zone 2, and that includes the 30 to 100 foot zone, and that's a fuel reduction zone. And those areas are, that really looks at the layout of your property and how fire and heat can transfer through there in the amber cast, and it's going to do spatial. It's going to have the pruning of the trees, the spacing in consideration, and pretty much with the trees, they're going to want those limbed up 6 feet or a third of the height of the tree, whichever's smaller. And that's, again, if the fuel is, if the ladder fuels are eliminated, and then if a fire's on the ground, that it stays in the ground and it doesn't climb up the tree and ignite and send embers further distance. And as the zone 3, if your property does extend behind 100 feet, is consideration. It's all dependent on the inspector and their understanding of what they see there. If there is a fire hazard, they can ask you to go ahead and clean it and thin it out and limb it up and prune it. We don't see a whole lot of those just because most people already keep a fairly clean area, and there's not a whole lot of properties throughout the county that we see a 200-foot distance on the property line from a structure. Not that their properties aren't 200 feet, but it's from a structure. So everything's based off structure. Next slide, please. Okay. So
Did you play that video?
this might be a PDF.
It's a PDF.
Right. So what happens is the reason why the AB 3074, which is that 0 to 5 foot zone, is there. It's all based on ember cast, and what they determine is the ember cast is what's really just burning down the homes. And there's the video that's there. I had to put that in a PDF, so it does not going to play video. It has 2 construction types side by side, and it has ember casts being blown against it. And the one home hardened structure that's 0 to 5 foot clean versus a traditional home next to it. And essentially what they do is they're blowing these embers onto it, and the home that's has that 0 to 5 clean space doesn't catch on fire, the other one does. So what is ember cast? Ember cast is, if you ever hear on the news or if you hear a firefighter talk about a brush fire, how the fire jumps or spots ahead of the flaming front. That's because of the ember cast. And what that is the heat convection's pulling up and keeping hot an ember, which is a burned piece of fuel from there. And once it falls into a receptive fuel bed, it can generate heat and eventually ignite. Well, a house is a receptive fuel bed if it has combustibles up against it. So they've done some studies, a lot of studies on it actually, and they've determined that ember cast is what's really causing us to lose our homes. So that's why AB 37, is coming into effect. Again, not till 2025. Next slide. Okay, ember resistant zone. This is a representation of what it may look like. The current verbiage, even the vegetation that's creeping on the ground that's kind of close to the house, might be a little much. But you can see how the property owner used some hardscape there, rocks right up against it, and some really low growing vegetation to kind of green it up a little bit before it transitions into that 5 to 30 foot zone. So it's possible you can still have your aesthetics, but it's going to be different from having the traditional bushes or hedges against the house that we see, that we're traditionally seeing. The next one, please. Okay, here's some more examples of 0 to 5. Of course, on the left are the not so great examples with the bougainvillea up and over the structures, the shrubbery up and underneath the eaves and against the wall, and the leaf litter. And on the right is where the junipers were pruned up in that 0 to 5 area. As you can see, it does take somewhat of the aesthetics away from it, but it does remove the hazardous fuel within that zone. So it doesn't mean you have to get rid of your trees or shrubs. It just has to be kept in a certain manner. Next, please. Okay, the inspections, as you can see here, that the zone 1, they don't want trees touching or overhanging the structures. If it does go up over the structure, they want 5 feet right now, limbed up, 10 feet away from chimneys. Any plant material that's climbing on your structure needs to be removed. Hedges and screens between homes will reduce or maintain to a height of no more than 8 feet. So like these huge cypresses you see, like beautifully towering, 20, 25 feet, they should be cut to 8 feet. But a lot of them are outside of that 30 to 5 to 30 foot zone. So sometimes you can see you see the taller ones. Ground cover maintained to a matching height of 18 inches, and that's your bushes and shrubs. And then of course, you remove any all dead vegetation within there. Next, please. This is another, again, a representation of vertical and horizontal spacing. On the right, you can see what we're trying to establish. The ground cover, which in this case is grass, is maintained at 3 inches. The next step up is the hedges. The bottom lower branches are removed so that the green leaves or the branches from the bushes aren't touching the grass, so you get rid of the creeping effect of fire going into it. The only problem is at the top there in the red circle, you can see the tree limbs actually touching the top of the hedge, where it's a continuous fuel. And it looks green on the outside, but all this stuff, all the leaves that die and stuff, they pretty much stay inside the vegetation, and that's the problem. It's really hard on some of these bushes. Some of the gardeners or people, landscapers are really good. They can get their tools in there and they shake it. You can see it if they do a really thorough job at cleaning it out. But still, there's a significant amount of dead material in there. And of course, the bird nest is dead materials. And then, squirrel nests or any of that materials in there. So, okay, next. Okay, there examples again on the left. You could see top left. You see the chimney, the branches too close, and then you see the examples of the junipers being pruned. The middle top picture is before, and the one on the top right, and the bottom left is after. So you can see how it removed the limbs from the lower portion of it, the third of the height or 6 feet, whichever's less. Next, please. Okay, here's the 3,100 feet. And you can see some of the spacing that you can see there. You can see that the edges of the shrubs are defined and the ground cover between them on the left is kept at a minimum height of 3 inches. And there's spacing between each hedge type or each bush type. Same thing on the right. You can see that the pines, the Canary Islands in this case, are laced out, which are some of those dead limbs. The palm trees don't have those dead fronds hanging off of them. That ignite actually pretty readily, and then they have that advantage of height being spread with the wind. And there, the only thing is, if you look at the picture on the extreme right, I know it's really hard to see, is that palm trunk that's sticking up there. It should be cleaned of some of the old dead frond stops there. You can kind of see those, but overall, those are two good examples of what a property could look like. So you can still have your aesthetic that you're looking for. Next picture, please. Okay, and here's where we come into that 0 to 200 feet there. Most of those areas and the areas that we do inspect, they're not really landscaped. It's kind of that transition into the wild urban interface. And it should be weed whipped down. All the dry grasses, fuels there you can see right up against the structure. So this is our partners, our county ag team goes out there and they'll remove the fuels and they're the ones that they limb up the shrubs on the right, and they're the ones that get rid of the hazard for us there. And we understand there's a balance between hazardous fuels reduction and slope protection, especially when there's rodent holes and stuff like that. So, we want to see some vegetation on the side there. We just don't want it to be a contributor to a fire, especially at the bottom of a drainage like that going up to a house where the heat column is taking the flame and the heat and the ember cast right up to a structure. Next, please. Okay, I already mentioned it. This is the 410B inspection report that's going to be left at every property. If you're compliant, it's going to be left there saying simply compliant, and you won't see the inspector again until the following year. If it's not compliant, you can see it identifies what inspection it is. It's going to say a re-inspection date, the inspector's name and phone number. So if you need clarification on it, it's going to be there, and the boxes are going to be checked with what violations were observed and instructions in the instruction box, and then the requirements on the back. And there's the phone numbers and contacts for our brush clearance folks as well, if you need additional clarification. Next, please. Okay, and this is actually a list of the foresters that are part of the defensible space unit, and these are the folks that you will be calling if you go into that next enforcement zone or for general questions. We have some handouts in the back. There's a general phone number for the brush clearance office is identified. My advice is that don't leave a message in the general message box. Leave a message on one of the inspector's cell phones, because they're out there working, and that voicemail will be on their cell phones to pull up from it. They're not always in the office, especially during this time of year. And then finally, we don't have the final one. So what defines how are very high fire severity zones created? They're created by fire history, vegetation type, fire behavior, and then topography. And now they're considering the ember cast. I mean, it's not, they are considering the ember cast. So those maps are supposed to be updated every 5 years. Obviously, I told you we're using the 27000 maps. CAL FIRE is in the process right now of updating the maps. They have extended the public comment period until April. That's one component of it. The next component is the local responsible areas updating their very high fire severity maps, and that's going to take place after they solidify in April, probably through next year. So the zones are going to be changing. And what that means for us is that every year we pull the information on the most recent data. So our inspection database is going to change next year based on what the new fire zones are. The criteria are very simple. If you're in the very high fire severity zone, and if you're a single family resident, it's mandated to get inspection. With that, the fire department, since 1989, we were allowed to charge fees for these inspections. We didn't. We understand. We understand that, what the public expects from us. At this point, with 115,000 inspections, the program is supposed to be cost neutral. The fire department is hired to provide services to emergency services, EMS, put out your fires. As long as every citizen in the county, in our contract cities, receives that, we don't charge for that. If there's a specific group that requires us to provide a service, like if you're submitting building plans and you need us to look at your sprinkler systems, in this case, if you're in a very high fire severity area and you're mandated by the state to get a brush inspection, we have to be cost neutral, which means that we're collecting fees to offset our costs for providing that service. Last year, the fee is $151. The Board of Supervisors and our fire chief worked together and thought it'd be best to phase it in because we know that it's new for folks. Last year was $50, which will be assessed. If you didn't receive a brush clearance notice last year, you're not going to be charged that fee, which will be assessed on this year's property tax roll. $100 this year, which will be assessed on next year's November property tax rolls. Then next year will be $151, and that will be on the 2025 property tax. So those fees go to the fire department's general fund, and that gets distributed through the department's costs. But that does go to us. It doesn't get lost in the county, and it's specifically to reimburse us for the inspections that we're doing. With that, if there's any questions.
Anything?
Yeah, do you have a map of the houses that are in these zones or a number?
We do.
Provide a
Do you want
sense?
to? Can we go with you and bring up the maps? Or what's the best way? We got on a digital version that we can put up on the.
Thank you again for your presentation. I think that was the main.
Right. And we do
I
have.
had one other question. This might be aimed at the city. In cases, so previously, if you remember, we talked about there are a number of city trees on people's property. Given that these inspections are taking place and there may be some mitigation, how are we adjusting our maintenance to ensure that the city-owned trees are in compliance? I think, we do maintenance every 4 years, and I imagine some of these probably fall on those properties?
So we are also inspected by the fire department. So we have to be in compliance just like anybody else. And so I will ask Scott, have our landscape folks talk about what we actually do specific to this.
I see. But if these inspections are annually and we maintain that we trim the trees every 4 years, does that mean that those trees are done every year?
So there you go. You see the legend, and then you can see it identified
Got it, okay. So
at
it's
different
basically
zones in there.
foothills.
And then there is a process. There could be some errors. So what we just got finished doing with the contestation phase, where people who think that their property is not in the very high fire severity zone, can come to us, and there was 3 meetings that were done that we would take the properties, and if they were truly not in the very high fire zone, we were removing those. And then what we do is we present that information to the Board of Supervisors, which was this morning, and they remove them. Does that mean we caught everything that might be in error? No, it doesn't. So if you folks, this map is on the CAL FIRE webpage because they're the ones who are mandated to make the map and keep it. Please do not get confused with the 2022 map because it is different. So you want to do the 2007 map. And if you look on there and if you see your property not in the very high fire zone, you're going to have to get hold of us so that we can remove you from the inspection list, and we'll send you a letter out and remove it. In the 20 years that we've been doing this, we removed 53 properties from that list. I know that sounds like a pretty low number, but those 53 were this year because it is a new database that we're using. It is a new program. So I'm sure that there's a possibility for some more inspections. And our firefighters are also, they're given a document that to remove properties from the inspection list that they find that aren't in the very high as well. Any other questions?
You know, I received a call earlier today concerning this matter. Did you send out letters to a specific area in San Dimas, like south, right prior to the 10 freeway, that housing district there? All the residents, quite a few residents called me and said, hey, we received this brush clearance letters, and what's going on, because the people across San Dimas Avenue did not send it, to west of San Dimas didn't get the letter. And then the big question came, we all got these letters and we're, doing what we need to do, but yet we have a huge area in our community that belongs to the HOA, and yet the HOA was not notified of any of this, or they haven't received any kind of letters, and people
Right.
were very, very concerned about the fact that we're
Right. So what the criteria was used was the fire zones and single-family residences is what the criteria was. So we're still trying to capture the multifamily residences, and the multi-residential areas, which is going to be those HOAs. And the what we've done in the past, because like I said, these aren't new inspections. It just happened to be that our inspection database is accurate now, and we took out the human element of it, and we used the computer database with GIS. So we found all these parcels we were not on our list. And what it's going to do is, if the parcel, single-family residence, has their area that they're only responsible for their property. If the HOA area is the violation of the problem, then they're going to be the ones that have to clean it and mitigate it. So the property owner is not going to be responsible for that. Right now, the HOAs did not receive a letter because they're in that multifamily residence area. So next year they will be. So there's this caveat where we're slightly behind on notifying absolutely every resident type out there.
Can I ask a clarification?
Yeah.
Was the land that you were talking about vacant, or is it vacant land, or is there houses there?
No, there's vacant land behind the houses. So it's like my backyard leads to, a large, green area or hill area or something like that. I guess people started calling their HOA, and the HOA says, "No,
Right.
so long, so bad. You got a letter, but we didn't get a letter, so we're not in trouble."
So there's two components to our inspections, right? All of the single-family homes fall within the LA County Fire Department. All vacant land falls within County Ag. So they would be sending out their own letters through their process. So maybe we just beat them we were the first ones to send out those letters. But if it falls within the areas we talked about here, which are the red or the pink or that peach color, which would be the high or very high in SRA or LRA, they will be getting inspected. I was the brush coordinator for San Dimas for the last 2 years. I'm transitioning to only have Pomona on down south or whatever. But I can leave my card here with you if anyone has questions regarding this area, because I have dealt with a lot of issues along that 57, because it's like, who owns it? Is it Caltrans? Is it this? I don't quite have an answer yet, but I mean, I those questions have been asked, and I'm curious, like, exactly where this area of concern is. So
Okay, yeah, these people were pretty clear that it was their home, and the property behind them belongs to the HOA, and then the next level up is another set of single-family homes. So their concern was in the middle. What happens is the person in the middle. My house is here, there's houses up here, but all this property right in the middle belongs to my HOA.
So we have a county ag counterpart, they have an area coordinator that we work with pretty closely. So I think the best bet is if I leave a card, and then, you know, if someone from that community reaches out to me, I can get the APN and then reach out to our county ag counterpart to see what the status is on notification or clearance. So
I appreciate it. I don't think this was tattletale. This is just,
No, it's-
what's the question? You know, what's the right thing to get done? So if you could leave me a card, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a few. How many homes? Well, first off, thank you for taking the time, all of you, to come down to the council meeting. It's it's not often that the fire department gets to be front and center on something, so always appreciate. Usually, it's good stuff.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
not saying this is not. It's my understanding AB 3074 went into effect in 2020. Why the delay in the fire department in notifying residents and implementing this?
3074 is that 0 to 5 defensible space.
Okay,
And
so
it's
it was
because-
AB 374. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
that's
wrong.
that 0 to 5 ember resistant space. And the caveat was to that is the Board of Forestry has to write the specific guidelines for that, which they are not complete yet.
Okay.
So we know it's coming, we just don't know what the guidelines are or what's going to be permitted or not. So pretty much it's not enforceable for us. And they're looking at elements too about wood fences or combustible fences, vinyls, touching the properties, and that's more of a building and safety issue. That's fire code is pretty specific dealing with vegetation and in the very high fire severity zone. So we're not exactly sure how that's going to play out, but we're trying to give that educational component for people so that if they are planning to do something in that area, that they might choose an aesthetic that might be compliant or less costly if they do have to remove an element of it.
So, and so when you sit up here and you hear from the public on things, this letter that went out to many residents was, frankly, as I've been told and as I've read, poorly written, unclear, and to some didn't understand where to go.
Right.
And so I know you mentioned today this matter was heard before the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate that, but also in documents that the fire department has produced, this went through. I'm curious how people were noticed regarding the referee protest hearings, because I've not met one resident that understands how they were supposed to have gone about that. Okay,
Understood. And that the declaration letter that went out had the referee meetings on it, and the time and the frames there. Maybe it wasn't clear of what the purpose of it was. I was pretty sure it was clear because the verbiage is in the box that's right above the dates of the meetings for the referee.
People, I don't think, understood that they had a right to protest being listed. And I think in looking at this is that, do you know how many homes in 2021 were subject to this before the ember casting and whatever other methodology changed?
Yeah, all of them were 2007 maps. Like I said, the huge caveat that increased our inspection list was the fact that we had to use a GIS mapping program that captured all the parcel numbers.
Wait, but are you telling me that every home in 2021 is exactly the same amount of homes in 2022 that is now?
Well, new construction, no. But the area, the very high fire severity areas haven't changed. The maps are from 2007.
Right, but what I'm
They just
getting
weren't-
at is this map that you're showing here include your ember casting projections or,
No.
so this is strictly high fire severity.
Yes.
It's not inclusive
No.
of the homes that now have been added in light of.
No,
the-
this is inclusive of the inspections this year, the 115,000 inspections.
Okay,
We
so.
can't use the new maps that CAL FIRE is working on that have that EmberCast component on it until they're finalized this year and next year.
Okay, so later on this year, presumptively, potentially next year, there's going to be a new groupings of folks that are going to be roped into this.
It will be different. Yes, correct. Right. Because I mentioned earlier that I won't have to pull up a new inspection list that's going to be dependent on that new mapping that they use.
So getting back to the referee protest hearings, in this document you guys produced, protest hearings were completed on February 15th in Arcadia, February 16th in Lancaster, additional referee hearings held in Santa Clarita on March 11th, and then everything else was referee meetings. Roland Heights, March 11th, Calabasas, March 10th, Santa Clarita, March 11th. But it seems to me Claremont and the whole East San Gabriel Valley has just completely been left out. And what I take issue with and what I've heard from residents, is they've gotten these letters. They didn't understand specifically what it was, and then they didn't know they had the ability to say, hey, I question whether or not my parcel is truly at risk. And so now where we're at is we have residents who are fighting with their insurance companies because now some of these people are dealing with what is a much broader issue of how they're supposed to deal with now being identified in a fire danger zone. And it sounds like we're going to continue to have that problem with the adoption of the next map potentially. And so I know, and I've spoke with Supervisor Barger, who is working with the insurance commissioner to discuss some of this and sort through it. But what I'm concerned about is that how many parcels in this community are truly at risk. And, I know, and you've said, and I appreciate the fact that I know the fire department works with residents, but I also am very sympathetic to the fact that the agency itself has not collected fees for so long behind this. And so I know in my employment at the county, perhaps, that also is difficult, right? Because you're absorbing that cost. But I am concerned that without charging something for so long, and now $50 in 2022, $150 or $100 in 2023, and then $151 in 24, that there are people potentially that either one, were unaware, or two, are not fully understanding what's going to occur. So I know there was discussions about potentially having additional protest hearings. I guess there's going to have to be more follow-up on that.
There will be, but as a side note, if people believe that their property is not in the very high fire severity zone, then they should contact us and we can validate that or not. So if they're not in the very high fire severity zone and they received a letter, we'll remove them off of it.
Perfect. And what that means to people watching in Cyberland out there and here is that if they pull up this map, and what you're saying is if they're not identified in the red zone, which would be the high fire severity zone, then they could protest that.
Well, in the SRA, so it's going to be the peach and that orange and the yellow because you guys are in the SRA.
But the whole community here, and I know that there are other cities that are entirely engulfed as a high fire safety zone. So I understand that.
Okay.
But what I am concerned with is that there are people that were brought up, and I think the mayor touched on a little bit, where people live either across the street from or otherwise somehow found themselves receiving a letter that have never been subject to brush clearance before. And now they're sitting there going, number one, why did I receive this letter? And two, is how do I even go about talking about that? And so I think, if it's as easy as not having to worry about a formal protest hearing with a referee to get them removed from this database, that's awesome. But at least everything that's been put out there thus far is that it's incumbent upon these residents to try to go to some referee to be able to contest being identified.
Right, and the contestant is that they're trying to say they're not in the very high or the high. So that's it. If they look on the map and if their property's in there, then
Right. So it's like dead to rights, you're done.
Right.
But if they look at that,
and they're outside of it, by all means, give us a holler, and we will take care of, we will remove them from the declaration list. And if somehow they do get charged for this year, we'll make sure they get reimbursed. We will do whatever it takes to get them off.
Assistant Chief Romo, right?
Yes.
All right. One last thing
Yes.
on that is, you know, and your presentation, thank you. It was really good. I think, you know, is there any requirement that may be forthcoming to residents? We have a lot of homes from a lot of different times in the community, and those structures all have a lot of different things. For example, roofing, shingles against ceramic and so forth. Is there anything that will be forthcoming that will prohibit our residents from having the roofing or other items from you guys, or are our residents pretty safe?
As of right now, our fire code just came out, and it does not deviate from, except for if you have a wood shake roof in the very high, of course not. And if you have like the cedar siding and stuff like that, they want you to have some kind of fire resistant siding on it, but nothing that's coming your way that would an existing standing house. Now, if you pull new permits and do remodels, there might be some inside compliance stuff that you would need to do, kind of like and it's kind of like replacing all the windows. If you pull a permit and stuff like that, we'd want the double panes, but that goes along with your energy saving requirements anyways that cities and the county has. So
Schools are subject to separate inspections?
oh, schools are, yes, they're not a single family residence, but they do get inspected. And schools and institutions, and they do have different mandates and requirements, because of course they have to have all the emergency exits and ingress and egress and signage and lighting and all that good stuff for the purpose that they have, you know, for the law enforcement and fire to get in there and all the different alarms and stuff. So yeah, they're held to a much higher against, I won't say higher, I would say they're held to many other standards than a single family residence is.
Thank you. The only thing I'll leave you with is, you know, my day job, you know, in the world of law enforcement, a lot of times there's like letter of the law and spirit of the law.
Right.
When people receive these letters, you know, the biggest feedback I got from a couple people was, you know, I don't want to live in Palm Springs. I moved here because, and this is hard. I don't know if you watch our meetings a lot, but I'm not viewed as like the tree friendly guy. But I'm going to say right now that people don't want to live in a barren city. And so I hope when you guys inspect those properties that there is consideration and understanding, you know, understanding the priority of fire and life safety. But, you know, those clearance requirements, you have people that have really worked hard to put some really nice things, I think, in their homes. I hope you guys are sensitive to
They will. And if a property owner, if there's a tree up against the house, if they limit up a minimum of 5 feet above the roof line, 10 feet from a chimney, and keep the dead wood out of it, if they keep the ladder fuels gone, you know, keep the ground cover at 3 inches, and the shrubs limb them up, and trees a third of the height of the ground, that will probably satisfy 90% of the inspection.
All right, and you may not get this, but do you have any opinion on black walnut trees by chance?
Black walnuts?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, never mind.
That's
Don't even talk. All right, thank you.
It's part of your landscape that makes it beautiful.
There you go. All right, thank you, sir.
Can I say one last thing? So, you mentioned something about coming to a compromise, and ultimately, my belief is the only way this defensible space program is going to work is by getting the buy-in of the community. And our ultimate goal is to set, for this year, it's first of all, to get the buy-in and really to establish a standard moving forward. So our unit is willing to work with homeowners to set that standard. And obviously, it will shift depending on priorities. One last thing, just to clarify what qualifies a property. So we have 2 land types. We have local responsibility area, state responsibility area. For local responsibility area, there's only a very high fire severity zone rating. For the state responsibility area, there's a high and very high. And when you're looking at it on a projector, the very high and the high for the state aren't super clear, but when you look at it on a monitor, you'll be able to see, it looks like most of the area around Benelli is going to be very high state. and then the area outside of that's going to be the very high local. So those are the criteria that we use to determine if a home is going to be on our defensible space inspection cycle. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, I'm going to ask our chairman of our Parks and Recreation Commission, Jan Bartolo, to come up. As everyone knows, it just, or for those who don't know, the council has requested that the chairpersons from each commission come up and meet with us and explain to them what their commission does and give an annual report. We're not exactly sure how often that word annual is going to be. It may be every 3, 4, 6 months, maybe at least once a year. But I think we want to hear from you even more than that. I think we find there's some very valuable information that's been coming out of these meetings. And Jan, if you would like to speak, and I didn't know that there were going to be so many questions from the fire department, but I think we got some very valuable information, especially since we're going to talk about trees.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. And actually, I'm really glad I heard that presentation because it does have a personal effect, so it was very informative. So did not mind waiting. It's also my pleasure to be here this evening and love to share with the council what we've been up to. I would say our Park and Recreation Commission is very active, very involved. A lot of diverse opinions, and we work very well together. So to that end, what we have been working on this past year is one of the things we do on a routine and regular basis is we review the Park and Recreation Department's proposed capital improvement projects for the upcoming fiscal year as it pertains to the budget preparation. This year alone, we reviewed $2 million in potential or proposed capital improvement projects. Within that also includes $1 million that's set aside for the recreation center. The commission will review, discuss, prioritize, and then obviously the department will go forward to the city council with the commission's recommendations and suggestions. In addition to that, the Park and Recreation Commission did establish what we call a forestry, speaking of forest, subcommittee. That basically is under the guise of the Park and Recreation Commission, and we were looking at community forestry management, basically a plan. So to that end, we work with developing revisions, focusing on our street tree palette, what needed to be added or removed. And we also were looking at drought-tolerant policies, basically when we were a little more concerned with the drought. Clearly, the past few months with the amount of rain, it's given us a little bit of reprieve, but at the time, that was some of the items that we were visiting. We have also, the group itself, the Forestry Subcommittee, met independent of the Park and Recreation Commission, and we did actually meet on several occasions with city staff. We did discuss the revisions, the proposals, and then that committee, through the commission, ultimately is going to come back to the city council by presenting our community forest management plan, and ultimately it will be up to the city council to go ahead, adopt, and consider the options, and we hope to do that in a study session at some time in the near future. We also, one of the things we do is we get reports from the staff about the weekly programming and monthly and seasonal recreational activities. As commissioners, we're either invited oftentimes to participate, certainly to attend any of the special events, the recreational activities, and try to be good stewards within our community to promote park and recreation and all the events and activities that it hosts. It gives the commission a good opportunity to be aware and apprised, as well as staff to retain or obtain input and any thoughts, comments, or concerns about the events, the setups, the activities, or anything related to. And then the other thing we did not too long ago is we were presented with the potential stormwater project for Lone Hill Park. And so it was a very good opportunity for the commission to be very interactive with the above ground park amenities, how it would impact and affect the park, and a lot of various topics related to that subject matter. So with that, that's just a very brief summary. It's not a review and recap of our agenda from every time we meet, but that's generally some of the bigger ticket items that we've been visiting and tackling, when would be glad to respond or answer any questions if there are any.
Questions?
I don't really have a question, but I do want to thank Jan and the Parks and Recreation Commission for the work they do. Jan, your leadership. And as she said, one thing, and I go to most of the Parks and Recreation Commission meetings, one thing that is definitely true, the members that are on that commission are all not shy about sharing their opinions. And suggestions, for that matter. So when they go around the room and ask for suggestions, it's nice to hear, not from every member every single time, but some ideas. And that is really a value of commissions in general, but the Parks and Recreation Commission, that they come up with these ideas and have a healthy discussion. And they are, I do attend the meetings, but as Jan can attest, I don't vote, I don't really participate in the discussion that much, or at all, unless somebody asks me a question about a procedural thing. And so appreciate the diversity of opinion and the way you guys deliberate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much again for your service in the commission. As you know, the
my
City
pleasure.
Council is discussing some modifications to the commissions, one of which is changing the number of spots on each commission and standardizing it across the board to 5. And I wondered, since your commission is one of the ones that would be impacted by it, it's a larger commission, if you could talk a little bit about that. And my main question is would you be able to accomplish your mission, your charge, your goals with a committee of 5? It seems to me that in most cases it might not be preferable, but it could be done. And I just wanted to hear if you feel the same.
Yeah, I would concur with that observation. I have felt that the number that currently serve on our commission has been very effective for us and works very well. I do not feel like the number is unwieldy. As Councilmember Ebner just pointed out, we do have a very vocal group of individuals participating on our particular commission, and nobody is shy about expressing their opinions and views. And so it does create good dialogue, good interaction, some excellent suggestions are brought up. It seems to be very productive, and it seems to be working well. So in one sense, if it isn't broke, why fix it? Could we scale down to 5? Of course, anything, in fact, can be done, but is that really most beneficial? When we've got representatives, we've got a variety of age groups. We've got young people recently graduated from high school. We've got people who are grandparents. We've got people raising young children. So we've got a diversity of people's needs, experience, length in the community, lifestyles they're living. And so if that can produce productive and innovative thought processes and creativity and good interaction between staff and the commission, why would we want to possibly reduce it if in fact it's working and effective? At least from my perspective as the chairperson and being actively involved in the commission, I feel it's very effective. Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank
Good evening.
everybody on your commission. They're doing a great job. Thank
I
you.
will absolutely share that with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move on to oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda or not on this agenda. Public comment will not be taken during each individual agenda item except for public hearing items. Comments on public hearing items will be heard when that item is scheduled for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is not prohibited from engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns will be referred to a staff or set for a discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to speaking once for up to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk?
Evelyn Broadley with Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates.
My name is Evelyn Broadley, and I've lived at Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates for 24 years. I worked as an accountant for many years, and I helped develop computer programs. The management company we now have has an old program for billing our rent statements. It's old and obsolete. It does not have a place for the CARE program or the medical baseline program. So after they printed the statement, they're typing in the credit, and they are not getting us the details, so we don't know whether we're getting the proper credit or not. They've added an $8 charge to the water bills that has never been charged in 24 years that I have lived there. When I finally got my corrected bill, since then I have never been charged for any water. But the $8 charge is still there. The weights and measure charge of $9 and $10 for the HDC MRL, which should be charged every February, has never been charged because there's no place for it. There is no place for previous month's charges and usage so we can check and balance our usage. I cannot believe that they took a good billing program and placed it with an old and obsolete one. Even though I finally got a corrected bill in February and paid it the day they gave it to me, they still had not given me credit for it in March. I hope that the next month that I get it, I'll get credit for it and not start putting out corrected bills, and I'm not the only one that's having a lot of problems with their bills.
Thank you.
Those were all the speaker cards turned in for items that are not on the agenda.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak to the council during this period of time?
Betty Jean Lamb from Villa Verde. I would just like to thank Councilman Vienna very much for getting the fire department out tonight to give us a brush clearance presentation. I'm still a little bit confused about what we're supposed to do, but I have a few more ideas about what I can tell hubby to do. Whether he does it or not remains to be seen. But I kind of had hoped that they had a printout that we could take home with us tonight so I could give it to somebody who's not internet savvy. But again, I'd like to say thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the council?
My name is Kathy Amstone. I live at Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates. Today is March 14th, and I have still not been able to pay my February or my March rent statement. I got a bill that was wrong in January. I brought it to their attention. I overpaid in good faith, expecting the credit on the following month. Now I'm getting letters from John DeFalco, who is your agent, basically telling me to sit down and shut up, that I don't have the right to come to council and speak, that if I have a problem, I'm supposed to work through him. Well, I worked through him, and nothing has been resolved. Then today I get an email that basically tells me I'm a liar, because I'm disputing the fact that they are overcharging me on my gas bill. And they're trying to justify it, saying, well, it's been really cold and this and that and the other thing. I have 4 years of historical bills showing that I do not use gas. I do not use my furnace at all. I use electric space heaters because I can't tolerate forced air heat. And now I'm being told by your agent that I need to be quiet, that I'm a liar. This is not acceptable. This borders on elder abuse, and it is not going to be tolerated. As a city, you own this property. You have an oversight responsibility, and when we bring issues to the council, You guys need to pay attention. I know you listen, but you do nothing. There should be somebody from the city that when we have an issue with the management company, we should be able to come to you folks and say, hey, there's an issue, we can't get it resolved with the management company, we need your help. This is not acceptable, guys. I am not going to sit here and be treated like this. I have lived in that park for 12 years without issue. And now I have a management company that thinks that they can dictate and rule over us, and that's not right. And you guys need to wake up and pay some attention here.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Paul Larson. I live at Charter Oak Home Estates for 17 years. I have a letter here from John DeFalco stating, they come in January 3rd dated. If you have a problem, talk to the managers. I did on my December electric bill. As of today, I have heard nothing from them, period. And the 19th meeting that you had here and I spoke, I got a letter here from John DeFalco stating his frustration about me talking to you. I have gone through the efforts of going to the management, even had a meeting with John Falco, and have got nothing. Zero. And I like to know who the hell John Falco thinks he is to tell me that I can't come here and complain to you. I went through everything I was supposed to and got nothing. John Falco keeps saying he's been here for 45 years in the business. Well, maybe it's time that man goes plays golf, because he's from the past. He ain't here now. I got a letter here from him on the 19th, same thing, complaining about coming here and talking to you. You guys need to talk to John DeFalco. There is no G-O-D in front of his name. And that's the man who I listen to, not John DeFalco.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I also got a letter from John DeFalco attempting to intimidate me and chastising me for coming before the City Council. In fact, every resident from Charter Oak who appeared here on February 14th or had their statement read got the same threatening letter. He repeatedly says there is no errors in my bill. There are errors in my bill. The billing company that he is using cannot accommodate care, cannot accommodate medical baseline. It is a very old system. He told us at a meeting on February 27th that in his other parks, no one is on care and no one is on medical baseline. So his billing company cannot accommodate it. So I emailed to you tonight my reply to his February 28th letter. You have it before you, and it was emailed to you. And it took me this long to reply because when I read the letter, my blood pressure went through the roof and my heart started palpitating. I don't like being intimidated. I don't like someone telling me that my First Amendment rights of freedom of speech, association, and to appeal to city officials is abridged because he thinks he's a dictator. You look through my letter and you will find numerous errors in it. The gas reading on my meter is a number lower than my January 6th and February 6th readings. So how did they pull off that fiasco? We have a lot of agitated people at the park over this. They have bills that are $300, $400, $500, $600 on electricity and gas, way outside of their normal consumption, and they will do nothing. And your attitude that you don't have to do anything is going to get you into a hell of a lot of trouble if DeFalco continues to intend to intimidate us and strip us of our rights. So I suggest suggest that you exercise your oversight and get rid of the attitude, we have a management company, we don't have to do anything. We went through this process last year, and we're going through the exact same thing again. But people are not going to stand for it this time, from what I've heard residents saying. Let me remind you what C.S. Lewis says. One of the most cowardly things ordinary people do is to shut their eyes to the facts. So I suggest you open your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the council? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests separate discussion. And as previously mentioned, we're going to remove item number 3, adoption of amendments to the city's boards.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to other business. Resolution approving engineer's report on the Boulevard Assessment District, declaring intention to levy and collect an increased assessment and fixing a time and place for a public hearing for Boulevard Open Space Maintenance District 1, Track 32818 Boulevard. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scott Wasserman, Director of Parks and Recreation. And we have 2 assessment districts on the agenda tonight, so I'm going to just give a little bit of background on those because they're a little bit different, and I don't believe that we discussed these in the detail that we should have last year, so I'm going to do a better job this year. The city maintains 2 separate landscape districts, which include Northwoods and Boulevard. Both districts were formed under the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. California Proposition 218 provides the procedures for the city to effectuate an increase in the annual assessment. And they lay out the steps that include the generation of the engineer's report, the approval of the engineer's report, and then ultimately ultimately a public hearing, and then a decision by the city council. Both assessment districts are agendized every year to generate the engineer's report and schedule a public hearing to address needed adjustments in the annual assessment for each district. So this brings us to the Boulevard Assessment District. And this district was formed by 19 members and a ballot measure in the 1970s. And in 2006, 19 property owners approved by ballot measure an annual CPI adjustment for future years not to exceed 7% as necessary. So in this particular assessment, the residents have voted to allow the city to increase the assessment annually to correspond with the consumer price index, as long as that amount doesn't exceed 7%. That being said, the engineer's report this year projects a deficit of $7,106 for fiscal year 23-24, and an ending fund deficit of about $9,579 if no action is taken. And for this particular assessment, the recommendation this evening is just to adopt the resolution 2315, Boulevard Assessment District, approve the engineer's report, and declare an intent to levy and collect an increased assessment for the fiscal year 23-24, and conduct a public hearing on May 9th for Open Space Maintenance District Number 1, Track 32818 Boulevard. And with that, I'll conclude my comments on this report. I'll take any questions that council may have.
Any questions, John? I see you moving it.
I don't have a question. Yeah. So the increase is what percentage on Boulevard?
The increase, thank you, I should have covered that. The increase that is being recommended and that's supported by the engineer's report is an increase of 5.8% from a current annual assessment of $569 per year to $602.91 per year.
This is the one where the residents voted at one time to allow the CPI increase.
That's correct.
And so is this the CPI? Is it a CPI or is it based on expenses that we've incurred?
It is a CPI.
It's a CPI.
Yeah. The Consumer Price Index has increased pretty much across the board. Utilities have gone up, in particular water. And yeah, it's just Consumer Price Index increases.
All right, thank you.
And that'll be show on the annual property tax bill.
That's correct.
Okay. Which 5.8 shows $33.05. Is that the number?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is that annual or monthly?
That's an annual.
That's an annual increase.
Correct.
$33.
Correct.
For the year. Okay, thanks.
All right. Any further questions?
Well, it's nothing compared to the fire department, so I guess I would move approval on both items.
Okay.
Second.
On both items?
I'm both recommendations, excuse me, staff's recommendations here.
Okay.
On item 1, that's what we're talking about, right?
Item 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
And second.
Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. We have to read this resolution? No? Okay. All right. Let's move on to item 2, resolution approving engineer's report on the Northwoods Assessment District, declaring intention to levy and collect an assessment and fixing a time and place for a public hearing for a District 1 annexation number 3, track 32841. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Northwoods Assessment District is the second landscape assessment district that the city operates, and the district was formed in 1978. It includes 38 homes located west of Ladera Serra Park, south of Avenida Ladera, and east of Via Palomares. The annual assessment of $898.42 has remained unchanged since 2008. And so looking at this year's engineer report, it's projecting a pretty significant deficit of $24,314 for fiscal year 23-24, and an ending fund balance shortfall would be in the negative at $50,467.04 if no action is taken. Obviously, this is a pretty steep increase that we're recommending. Staff's recommending the increase. It's supported by the engineer's report from the current assessment that's been unchanged since 2008 of $898.42 to $1,538.28, which reflects a 71% increase in the annual assessment. And I think the reason that's so high is that this hasn't been increased since 2008. The assessment districts are intended to be 100% cost recovery paid by the residents that are served by the district. What is different about Northwoods from Boulevard is that there is no provision to increase the annual assessment just by the Consumer Price Index. So in this case, the city goes through all of the Prop 218 steps to effectuate a potential change, which include approving the engineer's report and then setting the time and the place for the public hearing. That concludes my report. I'll take any questions council may have.
Observation, and that's
Councilmember Ebner.
I'm sorry.
Could I just add something to the
course.
staff report? So in addition to approving the engineer's report and holding the public hearing, in order to increase the rate on this Northwoods district, because the CPI is not built into the district, staff is going to send out mailed ballots to each one of the property owners in the district, and a majority of the property owners will have to vote yes to approve the increase. At the public hearing, you will see and determine how many yes votes there were, and you'll see whether you can approve the increase at that time.
I have two questions. Well, one observation, and that's that on attachment 3, which is page 241 in the agenda packet, that particular chart is showing a $0 increase, and there's no alternative chart that says there's a $71.
I'm sorry, which
So it's
chart?
page 241 of the staff report, or if you've got attachment 3, not numbered, but 241 of the report, of the agenda packet, I should say.
Correct. It's showing the current assessment.
I'm seeing a total 2023-2024 that is the same as the 2022-2023.
I understand.
And I'm just thinking that if a person was looking at that and glanced there and did not read the report, they may be thinking that, oh, it's the same that they've done for the past number of years. So that's one thing. The other thing is, just based on what Jeff was saying, I was just wondering one idea is, instead of increasing things all at once, doing some kind of gradual increase, and I don't know if, or even just saying, let's go halfway, a quarter way, a third way, whatever, and have some other number so that the residents can pick out of 3 options what they might want to do, or something along those lines. Or maybe have a straw poll to start out before we send out the ballots for some particular number. I'm just trying to think of a way of working with the residents to see what they would like to do before we, the 5 of us just decide and say, okay, it's either this or nothing.
My question would be, why would anybody vote in favor of it? Okay, doesn't make any sense. But we haven't been billing them, we haven't done them, but their alternative is vote against it, and we're still not going to bill them. Do we eventually start cutting services, or what could you cut a service on this type of a project? I'm just a little confused. One, I'm confused that it took us 20 years to catch it. And the other side of it is, why would, I know how I'd vote.
So the options that would be available to council would be, council could direct, there are 2 options. One is that council could direct staff to use a general fund subsidy to maintain the same level of service. The recommended course of action in the event that council's not comfortable raising the assessment would be to direct staff to reduce the work that's done to fit the budget. So these assessment districts are currently serviced about 4 times a year, and we would, for example, we can cut that back to 3 times a year. We might do tree trimming less frequently. I think the one constant that concerns me that is difficult to project would be the cost of water. The cost of water just continues to increase.
Okay.
So council could direct staff to decrease the work. I think technically it would be directing the engineer to modify the report to remove some of the work, to right size the service to the budget.
Okay.
Well, I actually thought it was a great staff report, so well done there. I take back my comment about the fire department, though. I think you got that one here. I do think, is this one of those areas that, I know we've talked about other areas wherein it was cheaper still for the residents to, despite an increase, to receive these services than it would have been for us to, I think in that other instance, was to transition the maintenance back to that association. Is this that type of scenario?
I believe so, yeah. So I believe that this was undertaken several years ago by the residents in this assessment district, and they sought other bids and estimates to provide the same work, and ultimately determined that the city beat all the prices. It's difficult to beat the city's price because we don't profit. We're just looking for cost recovery.
Yeah, I think, I'm not the guy that typically supports increases, especially 71.2%. But I do think, to be fair to the city, somehow there was an oversight in how this was adopted way back when, and to have gone, well over a decade without an increase when other residents in this community have experienced increases, I don't think is fair. And so for that reason, I am supportive of the recommendation as staff has proposed it. I don't think, I was a little shell-shocked in the staff report. I might recommend putting it up with some, something that distracts from that number in the future. But I think at the end of the day, to be fair to the community and the city as an organization, this segment of the community has benefited for a very long time in a world where the budget already requires subsidies in other areas, especially as it relates to landscape maintenance. So for that reason, I am supportive of this. I also understand, if, to the mayor's point, if the people elected not to support the increase, then a recourse of the city then could essentially be to vacate the maintenance, right? And then we would we could establish a process to transition that back, even if we had to eat it for a year or whatever.
So I'm going to defer to the city attorney. Yeah.
The answer is essentially yes. You got it exactly right. If it gets voted down, then we can have a process to reduce the work that's done in the district.
And
Can it go to zero? A process to go to decrease the work. What is the ultimate?
That's an interesting legal question. The reason why it's interesting is because in order to dissolve the district, you're supposed to have a majority vote of the property owners to dissolve. So I don't know that I would recommend reducing it to zero, but reducing it to the amount of the budget that's in the fund or the account, I think would be more legally supportable.
If the residents, then to the mayor's question, if the services were scaled back to the point that the residents essentially said, well, we could get whoever, tree service or whatever, they can get an arborist to do the maintenance at a more cost-effective rate, then they could elect to dissolve the district with us. How would that process work?
It'd be similar to this, where we send out ballots to the residents and they can vote whether to dissolve the district or not.
The liability of this sounds challenging to the city, because the formation of that district, we're incurring the liability then for all maintenance and all other items related to this. I guess brush clearance too. But what you're saying, Jeff, is basically, and to the mayor's point, that you could, you get this thing, you see 71.2%, that's a no. I would assume, I don't know. But let's say there's sensible people that go, hey, we were able to make this work for over a decade. This was going to come someday. That day's now. But let's say they voted no, and then we come back here, we look at this and go, okay, well, we're going to scale it back to work within whatever's being collected currently. But if and when there's a point when the liability of reduction of service exceeds that, we have no mechanism then to recover actual costs, or could we further assess?
You essentially have no mechanism. If the residents are not going to approve an increase, then you can't increase the rates.
This is brilliant.
The district does dissolve, though, in 2027, so there's only a few years until it just goes away automatically.
Thank you.
So if I may add, Scott, can you confirm this is an assessment district on private property that the city will then maintain at a subsidized rate, and that we don't have any other parcels that are private that are like this, correct?
That is correct.
Well, let me, for those who are newer to the city, or the thing about Via Verde, and I wasn't around when they first started getting developed, but generally nobody likes homeowners associations if you're a property owner, in general, because of the amount of money you've got to pay. And so Via Verde started developing with no homeowners associations. An example of a part of that is on Via Verde as you head down from the freeway, and on your right-hand side, you see a hillside between Avenida Entrada and, Puente that is maintained to varying levels. Some people have got vineyards, other people have got nicely landscaped, others it's just weeds. And that's because there was nothing in the CCNRs or anything to maintain that hillside. Then the city said, well, why don't we do this kind of a thing? And so there's only two, as you can see, where they've got, and the city didn't put in the mechanism for raising the rates. So then we finally got to what most homeowners associations in Villa Verde after that are where we say, you've got to maintain it. And that's just all there is to it. You guys figure it out, and you guys assess your own members or whatever. But in this case, the city was in the middle. One of them elected, as you could tell, to have a CPI increase. The other never did, although before 2018, the city could raise the rate if we wanted to. And that's what happened, like, whatever it was, 15 years ago. But not before having discussions with the property owners and saying, okay, if you guys want to check out other contractors and see if they would do it, because there is a CCNR to make them maintain it and keep the trees and all that kind of stuff and water it. But at that point, so we worked with them, we scaled back terrifically back in those days, and then they came up with whatever amount they're at right now. So, my thought is that, like you, Ryan, if we put the vote, do you want to increase your bill by $640 every year? Most people are probably going to say no. And so then we're going to be to where we're talking about, let's just scale the maintenance back to whatever bare minimum we can maintain until 2027. On the other hand, even if they say no, or maybe maybe there's time to talk to the residents, and I know at least one was in the audience today, maybe there's some smaller amount that we can cut our losses a little bit and scale back to some amount that's less than zero.
What a fascinating thing you bring up. So I guess, Jeff, if...
We still have to do the vote.
Well, right, one way or the other, but so if the CCNRs are the way he describes the language, that there's an obligation to maintain, and they elect to vote down the increase, despite the cost of service reality that the city would face, could we make an argument then by virtue of that, they're not conforming to the CCNRs, and therefore we could exit that agreement?
We probably have to look at the CCNRs and see what they said, but I think the city, like you were mentioning, has the liability and responsibility to do it.
Right, but the city in this case, since 2008, the city has the ability to recuperate its costs, its fees for whatever service it's providing. And in this case, the unique situation here is that, this district was formed, there's some history, some laws passed, so forth, but the city also has the right to be able to recuperate whatever its costs are. So if we go to them and say, okay, well, for whatever the reasons are, here we are, and this is what the actual cost is, and we're not retroactively trying to recuperate costs, because that would be a fun number, but here we are today, and this is the actual cost to provide the service, yay or nay. And then if they all said no, then at that point, then based off of our best cost that we could do, I imagine they could, to conform with the CCNRs, either go get quotes to provide the service, for which I don't suspect they'll find anything comparable to even our 71.2%, and they could elect to either go with it or not. Because if the CCNRs bind them to do so, then I think we could make an argument that maybe they're not. Would you like to have some time to legally analyze that?
Well, no, I think that's what would happen. If we go through this process and we have the public hearing and the residents vote down the increase, then the council decides to reduce the services that are provided by the city. Then if there are CCNRs in place that require the HOA to maintain the landscaping area, that HOA will still have to pay to maintain that landscaping area after the city has reduced the city's services, if there are CCNRs in place over this.
Right.
So therefore, they would basically have a supplement that the homeowners in that area would have to come up with among themselves
That's right.
than to be able to cover either privately or through their association, in which case they're potentially going to pay more than the 71.2% to have the city actually just provide all the services.
Potentially, if it will cost them more, yes.
And let me expand on that, since we are actually going down to the different eventualities. That's presuming that the council chooses to exercise their rights, if it's in the CCNRs, to enforce those CCNRs on that property. You also could alternatively look at the property and determine we can't maintain the amount of landscaping that's on that property, and make a decision to remove a significant amount of landscaping to reduce the cost down to what we could afford. And so I think there's a lot of different ways this can go. And many of the times when we look at a problem like this, I think it was mentioned at the council, it's how did we let this happen as if it's a one-sided problem. It was a mutual benefit when it was established, and it's a mutual problem that we all have to resolve. And so if the homeowners take a hard and fast position of saying, no, we aren't going to pay it, and what are you going to do about it? It's not a win-win situation for them, because the choices we're left with is we will reduce the costs. I will budget to reduce the costs. I have no choice going to deficit spending of more than $2.5 million until 2024. It's either by removing landscaping to accommodate it, reducing maintenance, but if you reduce maintenance, we still have the legal liability to maintain the trees reasonably so that a tree fall doesn't become a liability of the city. So there's a lot of different tentacles. I think what we have to find is a win-win approach that works for residents, works for the cities, and accomplishes the goals of maintaining this asset until 2027, when it no longer is an obligation of the city.
Then for council, my thought would be, I'm supportive of staff's recommendations. However, I would hope that we could have staff conduct a town hall meeting and notice all those homes. I know it's a huge amount, but have not just a town hall. I'm talking about tell the story. Because if I just got this in the mail and I don't understand the story, I'm just voting no. So I think we owe it to the residents, given the fact that there's been a decade or more that there hasn't been an increase. And if it's only attended by a couple, so be it. I know it sounds like you've done outreach already. But I think that in light of the discussions and some of the points that were made by the city attorney tonight, if I was a homeowner, I would want to know, so what if I vote no? Like, if I knew that my HOA, which I have property in an HOA in the city, if I knew my HOA was then going to be faced with potentially picking up supplemental costs because of a potential abandonment of responsibility to conform with the CCNR, then I would just ask a simple question, what's going to be cheaper? And, it may be that this increase is the cheaper way to go for those residents, or it may not be. But at least the residents can make a good informed decision before they go into this public hearing, for which case they may or may not surprise us.
Thank you, Councilmember Viana. Staff conducted outreach on January 25th, and we met with the residents. We sent letters to all 38 households. Approximately 12 homeowners showed up, and we had a good discussion where we discussed some of these issues.
Did you talk about some of this information that council's hearing about tonight?
So we discussed some of the options about what would happen if they didn't vote for it. We walked them through that in the interest of transparency. And there were some folks who were there who were concerned and said one of the issues is that of the 38 homes, they would expect the people who front the area that is maintained by the city to vote in favor of the increase. They anticipated difficulty getting some of the other homeowners who are a little bit more removed, who are currently paying into this, they anticipated difficulty getting them to agree to the increase. But ultimately, they're not sure yet. I mean, they didn't express how they thought they would vote.
But to your question, I don't believe the full gamut of what's been discussed has been presented in a manner that's fully understandable to residents to know all the different avenues that could occur so that they can be fully informed about the best decision to make. And I think that is prudent for us to do. And so I'd ask that we reach out and at least in some form educate residents about kind of the differing progressions of what could happen.
I think even a virtual, some people can't get there. If you can do a virtual WebEx or a webinar, for those residents, record it so they could watch it, even if you're not going to do it in person. I think just we owe it to these folks to really explain the city's position and then the outcomes, potentials that they could experience. I mean, I can't. If I just got that ballot, I'm voting no. I mean,
So would it behoove us to continue this particular matter?
No, we ask that we take the recommendation on the table, and we ask staff to execute a proper education of the residents about the differing avenues that could occur, whether it's approved or not approved.
Yeah, I hear the consternation, Mayor, but I think, no matter what, we have to set a date at some point for them to vote. I think if we can do the town hall in April at some point before or after Easter, but not being sensitive to the holidays, so that folks have the best opportunity, then they know what the date is. So, I think setting the date sets some urgency so people just don't not pay attention.
If it were, so we have a time constraint, which is what we're up against, but if it were possible to have a meeting with the residents in the next couple weeks and outline their choices and include, for the council's benefit, another choice, which is someplace between the 0% and the 71%, someplace between the $0 and the $640 that we're talking about. Maybe there's some level that we could right size to that's not the current amount, but maybe it's a little bit of an increase of some kind. And that seems like it would be preferable if it could be done in the amount of time that we have, like by the next meeting, because we do have to set the public hearing, send out the ballots and all that.
Wouldn't those options, though, be our leverage in the outcome of a no vote? That's where we'd end up anyways. Reduction of service.
Yeah, I agree. I think the process, if it were to move forward as it's presented right now, would land us at that position for those choices to be made at that point, I think.
So which choices are you talking about?
An alternative. If the residents' vote is a clear no, and we then, have to make choices as to whether we reduce services or if the answer is a no, but we're willing to entertain other options. I think that's part of the process that emerges.
So the other option, if there was another number, if we had a no vote, then a public hearing, we'd have to go to another vote and another public hearing, which would take us into June, July, who knows what. I'm just talking about trying to make things as streamlined as possible, if it were possible to have a meeting like that.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm thinking wrong, but, if we voted one way or the other on this tonight, me sitting back at my dining room table is going to say, hey, this is worthless. They've already voted. They already know what they want, what they're going to do. That just seems to me like counterproductive. I think the numbers are, I can't expect the rest of the city, the rest of the community to absorb this amount of money over 38 residents. But on the other hand, I got to respect those residents for, to make sure they have all the knowledge to see where it's at. So I don't know if voting on it tonight is the key or voting, to continue it. And I'm not sure what the downside to continuing it is.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I understand that quandary that we have because we haven't done this in a number of years. But it is important to establish this is the price of delivering the service. Mm-hmm. It is a big price. And the residents have to make the decision whether they're going to support that price increase or not before you can consider anything else. Going with a different price is effectively saying you're not letting the residents speak to address that. If they don't address the full cost recovery, then you need to consider your options from reduction of services in one way or another, or an alternate fee, or working with them to establish a different number and a different reduction that's workable for everybody. But if we go right to delaying this and then trying to figure out what's a different number that could work and negotiating with this, we're missing a huge policy need of understanding this is the level of service that we've been providing for years, and this is the price. And in every other assessment district we've been increasing it to meet cost recovery. And this is the one private property. We're maintaining private property. This is not a public space. This is not something that's enjoyed by the whole community. We are maintaining a private space because at the time there wasn't a better mechanism in place, like an HOA, to properly maintain that space. I'm strongly recommending we at least allow them the opportunity to vote up or down this level of maintenance and price. And if they don't, then we just go down the second phase of determining what's the better price or level of service.
And what is the percentage of yes or no votes, Jeff?
If 50% plus one of the property owners, and it's weighted based on the size of the properties, but essentially 50% plus one of the property owners vote yes, then the council can adopt the increase at the public hearing.
Is there a quorum that has to be reached? So, a lot of people don't vote in these elections, so what, is there a certain number, or it has to be 51% of?
I think it's 50% plus one of the property owners.
Got it, okay.
Not the voting property owners.
Right. In HOA law, though, and I just because this seems germane to this, if you don't reach quorum requirements, it drops to a lesser threshold. Does that apply in this type of scenario, or it's just straight the vote?
You got to have 50% plus one of the owners, of the parcels.
But it doesn't go for another vote to a lesser quorum number. Okay.
Thank you.
And if you do not get 50% plus one yes votes, then the council cannot adopt the increase.
Okay.
And if we vote on this, when do you expect it to come back?
May 9th is the recommended date to schedule the public hearing.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I do. So to me, here's how I see things. We should have increased the rates all along. I think everybody acknowledges that. And so therefore, we're in this quandary where we're asking for a big increase to pay for services that they've been receiving at a discounted rate. The options on the table do feel somewhat adversarial. Increase it to cover the cost at 71%, or we're going to cut back your service. I do think that there is some merit to Councilman Ebner's proposal, although what I would say is rather than subsidize it, I would think of it more as a payment plan. So instead of offering them at a discounted rate, it would be phased in over time to cover the costs, and then above, going above kind of what those costs are to account for some sort of a discounted rate now. If you put all three options on the table, that does feel like you're trying to work with them. So therefore, you have a middle option, which is you can pay over time and still get the same level of service. It'll increase above the cost to account for the lower phasing in. Or we can cut back on service to account for what you're getting for it. Or you can do it all at once. The reason why I think that approach is preferable is, number one, it shows that we're trying to think of creative solutions to account for not increasing the rates all along. But then the other thing I think is that this tells us, without having to go through what happens if it fails, and certainly right now it looks like that will happen, what's on the table. So in my mind, if they don't vote for the increase over time, and they don't vote for paying it all at once, then to me the answer is really clear that they want, or they're comfortable with, the preferable option of reducing the service. And it would take away the operational burden of finding other options after that if this and when this goes down, as it sounds like it will.
And then what would be the next obstacle is this comes billed out on your property tax bill. How's the county going to come back and say, you're going to pay a third this time and third how does that work?
I just want to understand because I don't think I'm very clear on what you were saying. In terms of the payment plan, are you saying spreading the current cost over? Can you explain that part again?
Yeah. So instead of a 71% increase, let's just make it really, really simple. You divide it in half, what is it? Just for the purposes of, we'll say 70% to make math easy, right? So 35%, if you do it over 2 years, 35% this year, and then whatever amount that, I can't do the math in my head, I would have done it in a spreadsheet, but it would cover so that the following years after that, if you spread it over 3 years, it'd cover the cost. So that way it is cost neutral over time. So at the end of the, say, 3-year period, 5-year period, whatever it is, the total increase would be equivalent to what that 71% increase would have been all up front.
Okay, so if I'm not let me just explain it a little differently and see if I got it. You're not proposing that if the cost is from today to the true cost, 71%, ramping up to that over a certain period of time, and that's
and above that to cover the costs, the cost of
the shortfall.
Yeah.
So
first year.
I don't believe, unless we're taking debt financing, we can cover we can't bill for costs of the service that are not actual costs.
Okay, so it's not legally possible.
So the only way to really do that is if we look at the entire landscape area, and this could be another avenue, and determine there's fundamentally something totally different we can do with it that lowers the overall maintenance costs for the residents, which I think is a win for them, and then bond finance that over time to do all those improvements, and then that financing cost can be passed on as an assessment if they vote for it. And then what you end up getting is you reconfigure that entire area for a lower cost product, and then they're paying that assessment.
So basically, like the way I was describing it is essentially like an unofficial loan in essence, right? And you can't do that legally. You have to actually take out a loan for that to take place, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Got it, okay.
In this case, you're not doing debt. You're not taking debt financing to do capital improvements. You're actually incurring the cost in previous years and then trying to bill them tomorrow with an assessment where your engineer's report will not say that cost just not viable.
In your example of trying to find some sort of solution that may be a cheaper alternative financed through some sort of bond, in that I think I understand what you're getting at, and so correct me if I'm going the wrong way with this, but theoretically speaking, if water is the biggest cost of this district, and we can replace whatever vegetation that's there with drought-tolerant landscaping or something like that, significantly reducing the cost of water, it would then therefore reduce the cost of the maintenance on the district, right?
Yeah, the water and the general maintenance together represent 50 of the $58,000 in cost. So if we were looking to do something that's more transformational so that it becomes then sustainable for residents, which I think it's their long-term interest, I would be recommending we really look at something fundamental that accomplishes that goal of what you just mentioned, just to lower the overall operating costs of what we have. Because you do have residents, I think it was well said, residents living across the street have a certain interest that's different than the residents that are not. And that impacts their calculus as to whether this is a good deal for us. And so but I still then go back to, we still may need to be asking the question, are they willing to pay for the current level of service?
I think there is a huge education piece to this, like Ryan was saying. Even in your scenario, presenting an option like that, I think, in my opinion, the most fruitful way to go about this is in the education piece, lay out, this increases to maintain exactly what you have now. There are other options. So when it comes time to vote, if there's a possibility of us having, do you want to vote for the 71% increase, yes or no? And if no, then a new question comes on. Would you be willing to entertain a drought-tolerant landscaping that would still represent an increase, but not nearly a 71% increase, or other options down the road?
Would we cost, like in an HOA, you would do a special assessment. There's going to be capital funds involved in doing some sort of transformation to drought-tolerant. So would that have to be voted on unless we were going to subsidize it? So we'd still have to go to a vote to these people. They'd have to vote it. They could vote no, and we'd still be back at the drawing board. I guess my concern with this is the precedence that's being set for other communities wherein the city is maintaining private property. And I hear what you're saying from a policy perspective, that it is this, and I agree with Councilmember Nakano that this shouldn't have happened. Like, however this happened, it happened. Whatever it is, water under the bridge. but I'm
water under the
yeah, a lot of expensive water. But I'm concerned about, I know while we all want to work with the residents and we want to do something that works, and perhaps while we have our own opinions, if the education's there and it's understood, and I understood that the cost potentially would be greater than what I'm potentially facing in an increase from the city, then I wouldn't be surprised if they came back voting 50+1 because they realize, especially if they're watching this meeting, that there's a lot of different ways to deal with this. I am concerned about the precedent that we are setting as council members to the other homeowners who have private property wherein the city is not maintaining it, and this has gone on for so long. So I'm just going to take a shot in the dark. I'm going to move that we approve staff's recommendation of adopting the resolution as outlined with the increase, as well as conducting the public hearing on May 9th, and direct staff as a third item to conduct the education piece not to be done any later than 2 weeks before the public hearing, so that the residents have an opportunity to thoroughly understand what's before them and make an informed decision.
Can I also request, Councilmember Vienna, that you include in your motion amending this attachment 3 chart to put the increase into the chart?
And the motion includes what was just outlined by the city manager.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Any further questions?
Quick comment. This is what happens when you have a scenic easement that the city maintains. So for all you SP11 fans out there, this is what you probably don't want to have happen, because we've been in this position so many times. I think there should be more working with the residents. I think it could be done quickly. I like the education piece for sure. However, I think we could spend a couple weeks working with the residents to see if there's some other way of doing it, whether it's the loan idea that Eric has, or a lower number that we that they can stomach, and then our maintenance can be at that level as opposed to the 0 increase level. So, I'm going to vote against it, but, it's not without merit.
Understood. And I just a question to one of the points John raises. At what point, I guess, does gifting of public funds come into play as it relates to this scenario? When we actually know what the costs are, and when we're supposed to be fiscal stewards of the city, and then we're electing to give consideration to a place. Does that play into this at all?
It's an interesting question, and someone could make arguments about that, but I think spending public funds to improve the aesthetic appeal of property in the city, if in this case it's private property, could give us a good ground to argue that it's not a gift of public funds.
Thank you. Cool.
I have a question before we vote. This, assuming that residents approve the increase, covers the cost today. As was referenced, costs increase every year. So do we have to do this every year? Where we go around and we have to have them vote on this every year?
Correct. Every year.
What would it take to his question to incorporate a second question to approve a CPI increase? Could we do that still?
We could do that using the same process that was done for Boulevard when they voted to include a CPI increase. And then if CPI in a certain year was higher than what the city's actual costs are, then we could just only approve an increase that was what our cost would be that year, not the full CPI.
So I would then also include in the motion, to the points that Councilmember Nakano has raised, the exploration and inclusion of language that would not only catch us up to actual costs, but also establish a mechanism for either CPI or full cost recovery. Thank you, Eric, for that. Oh.
And I'm fine with that on the second.
All right, any further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Vote carries 4-1. Councilman Ebner, no. Hey, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene. We'll move on to item number 3, discussion of possible direction regarding the revenues and expenditures of the Landscape Partial Tax Fund 8 and general fund subsidy resulting from activity. Staff, Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Scott Wasserman, Director of Parks and Recreation. This is an item that was requested by Councilmember Vienna and seconded by Councilmember Ebener. And as you mentioned, we're providing a detailed analysis of the Landscape Parcel Tax Fund. So in the report, you can see some of the highlights. I'm on page 244. It talks about budget highlights. Nearly $50,000 for the Sportsplex maintenance, $368,506 for the landscape maintenance contract. These are the main contracts that come out of this fund. $294,944 for the tree maintenance contract, and approximately $377,405 for utility, which is water and electricity. And then $42,000 for landscape maintenance division, daily operational costs for supplies and equipment. I think maybe the main takeaway I should highlight would be we're actually collecting less than what we're spending in this account. The purpose of this account was to collect money to pay for all of the maintenance in public areas, which would be street medians, parks, public rights of way. And currently, there's a deficit of $111,340 that requires a general fund subsidy to maintain, basically to provide the funding that's required to take care of all the areas that we have. To be specific, we anticipate collecting $1,021,820 through the Landscape Parcel Tax Fund, and expenditures are estimated at $1,133,160. So again, it's that deficit of $111,340. And we also, I worked with Michael in the finance department. Michael had some great ideas. We included some other expenses in here that could potentially be expensed to this account. They meet the criteria. And these are items that currently are not being charged to this account. Currently, these items are being charged to the general fund. So we thought that that would add to the discussion. And with that, I'll turn it over to the City Council for questions you may have.
Well, I'll, one, thank you for doing this. I know it's not always the most pleasant thing to do, but, you know, the start of this discussion, I think, really kind of came from a number of, well, the last few years we've been talking a lot about, you know, things growing the urban forest and investing in some other assets and things like that. And that kind of lent itself to the discussion of maintenance and whether or not we were, you know, is there a cost associated with maintenance? And then how does that manifest itself into the budget? You know, I think you mentioned there were costs that are being charged or could be charged to this account that are not, that are being referred to the general operating fund?
Correct.
What's the ballpark number in that? What are those charges?
If you look on page 245, some of the examples are $895,533. That would be for some staff salaries, and contract median maintenance, trail maintenance, pest control. Those total about $167,000. Some of the utilities, $137,000, and then other operating costs that are estimated at $39,000.
So
it's quite a bit.
So that coupled with the the 111,000 number doesn't sound so bad, but when you throw that in, I mean, we're well over $1 million of items, right, that are being that may be attributed to this fund that are otherwise being put. So we're still subsidizing 111,000 outside of the general fund to this fund, to Fund 8, and then we've got this $1 million+ expenditure.
That's correct. And the million plus, just to clarify, is, well, you're correct. Million plus expenditures being charged to the general fund.
Go ahead. What's the number? Is that what you're going to say? The
You're
number?
correct. It's a million plus.
Okay. So I guess, I don't know that, I don't know what council is going to do with it, but I think that every time we have a budget discussion, we just had a mid-year budget discussion recently, and we're going to be getting into budgeting season here soon. I think we talk about, things, and I said earlier tonight, fiscal stewardship, and I think we're at a place where when we've had the last presentation and we look at what's going on with the budget, where the revenues are, and, we were fortunate enough to have had help getting through the pandemic, but I think we have to start really looking at where we can tighten up and straighten out the budget. And so, while I don't know that there's any direction that needs to come out of this, perhaps it's a receive and file. My thoughts, though, on reading it are that there are clearly costs that exceed what we have allocated for the landscape parcel tax, as well as costs that are being picked up in general fund expense, a sizable number, by the way, that are all being attributed to some of these missions. And so I don't know where that falls in terms of priority today, but in the near future, this will be a report that I will turn back to, because I do think it's relevant when we come to talk about prioritization, and we have infrastructure such as the swim and racquetball club and other places that need help. So we really need to have a good understanding, and I think the public needs to have a good understanding. As we know, the sales tax measure did not pass last election. It was pretty significantly defeated, but to that end, I also understand staff, when they've talked about these things, I think it's important that we tell the story. And so when people, again, don't understand necessarily where all these costs are being, or where they're coming from, or how we're paying for them, I think it's misleading. So thank you for putting this together, and that's really all I have on it.
John?
I just had a question. I think another piece that would be helpful, I don't know if it would be possible, well, I know it's possible. Could we develop a chart that showed from the initiation of this tax until now what the revenues have been and what the expenditures have been, similar to what you said for this last fiscal year or the current one, over the life of the tax? I'm trying to remember, this was a citizen-initiated tax. I'm trying to remember, I believe the purpose of it was to offset the costs that the city was paying without any tax of this kind before whatever year that was, 1996 or 1997. And so the citizens said, yeah, in order to maintain, to offset the cost, then we're going to put this before the voters, and it passed. I'm not sure, so it's limited to what it can do, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was intended to be the only thing that covered those expenses. See what I'm saying? There's a distinction there.
I'm confident it didn't account for CPI and all that jazz, I would imagine, and I think the cost for services have increased over time, as well as utilities, right?
It'd be good to see exactly what I'm saying. It'd be good to see that difference, to see how it's increased or whatever. And so that's just one thing that would be helpful in the discussion.
If I may,
I'm sorry, it looks like it did.
Usually okay with information, but I'm struggling with the amount of work. Our budgeting practices have been quite rudimentary in the past, right down to what we pay an employee. You'll see a dollar amount in the budget for an employee, and that you would think that that's what we pay for an employee. And in fact, no, the benefit costs and all the CalPERS pieces are in a bucket somewhere else, so you don't really see the true cost of that one employee. We've done the same way with a variety of sources like this landscape tax, where we're spending all this money for the Nieves contract and what we're doing, but then the people that we have on staff that are fundamental to making all this work are somewhere else. And then when you're talking about, here we're saying it's the landscape tax, we're really talking about the landscape program that covers everything. Because the landscape tax replaced the original District 1 tax that had lighting costs in addition to it. And now we have a lighting and landscape district under the 1972 Act that covers the cost of utility costs for our lights, which is separate from this parcel tax. And so internally we have been talking about the alternative approaches to how do you address the deficit, where we're spending more than about $1.2 million. You can't really touch the landscape tax without going back out to the voters like we did back in '97 to reset the District 1 tax. In this case, it would be a brand new parcel tax we'd be asking for. But the lighting landscape district tax, you could go through a Prop 218 process to address and do the same thing that we have done on some of the assessment districts. And then here's the true cost. And this is the level of service we want to set. And this is what it means per parcel, per residence, and go through that approach to address the deficit. But then once again, we're back to the situation of multiple years where we've incurred increasing deficits, or I should say subsidies of the general fund that we now would potentially be pushing onto a homeowner that would be more substantial than if it was just done on an annual basis. So I think we need to look at this more as the program itself and not just the landscape tax itself.
Are you saying that like S&EBs then are not being calculated? Like we say, 100 or 895 for salaries, but that's not including all of the other costs that are associated with that?
No, these numbers shouldn't be included, the fully loaded costs. I'm just saying that if you go across the budget in different areas, what you think may be the true cost of a program may not be the cost of that program, which is why we started adding program sheets in the budget. We started off with 4 the first year, and we're continuously adding to it, where we start to consolidate the expenses and the revenues from different places to show you a truer picture of what does it really cost for this program to run. This staff report was based on the original request that you had made quite a while ago. Tell me about what we're spending, what money's coming in and what money is going out, so I can see the subsidy under just the landscape tax. We added some other pieces to it because we thought it would be important to see that true cost. That would have been a part of the landscape tax, but was not. The grander discussion of then now the lighting and landscape district would be something that's even larger, though we'll have to talk about how we tackle this in the context of the whole program.
I guess I'm just, I almost feel like we need to vote no on so many things, because the money, when we talk about the money, and I know Michael's on top of it, so I don't have an issue with that per se. But when you look at things like this, and we looked under the hood on a few things over the last few years, as we say, and every time we look under the hood, it seems like it's a complex, and I'm not saying an engine shouldn't be complex. I'm just saying sometimes it's a little scary what you find underneath the hood. So in this case, I do appreciate Scott and Michael and everyone doing their due diligence and identifying costs that, one wouldn't necessarily associate with that, but they should be associated with it, because it really does paint a much better picture, not just for the public, I think, but for us as we're trying to decision make on a number of things. So thank you.
All right.
Well, Mayor, I would just move we receive and file and at this time.
We have a second?
Sure. Or not.
Okay. Any other questions? I think there's a lot of things to talk about at some point, but probably be with the manager and Scott and stuff. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Receive and file.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to public hearing. Introduction of Ordinance 1298, approving Municipal Code Text Amendment number 23-0001 to amend Title 18 zoning Chapter 18.136 AP, Administrative Professional Zone of the San Dimas Municipal Code to allow single-family residents that were established prior to 1970 and have been continuously used as residential purposes as a primary use in the AP zone, along with the associated cleanup amendments pursuant to CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3. CEQA does not apply to this item because there is no potential for causing a significant effect to the environment.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I should have brought this up earlier. This is my mistake. Would it be okay if we take the second public hearing item first, the SP 11, prior to this one, since we have both the consultants and members of the public?
Yeah, Chris, if I may, we have a couple residents to speak on this particular item, and I think it's going to be a short. For example, I have no questions on this one, but I have a lot of questions on SP 11. And that's the only reason I'd prefer.
Okay, I think we just continue the way we're going. Right. Okay, unless anybody has an objection. Okay, Ken?
All right, Mayor and council members, we are here to talk about Municipal Code Text Amendment 23-0001. As the mayor said, this is consideration of Municipal Code Text Amendment to amend Chapter 18.136, the Administrative Professional Zone. As some background, the AP, or Administrative Professional Zone, was established in 1969. It's gone through a few iterations over the years, but it was intended to provide for development of suburban administrative and professional offices and related uses within the city. Residential uses are not a permitted use in the zone. This is despite the fact that there are numerous single-family homes existing within AP zoned areas. On October 25th of last year, the City Council initiated a code text amendment to amend the Administrative Professional Zone to allow for the existing single-family residences to be allowed as a permitted use. Currently, those homes are not a permitted use. They are legal non-conforming uses. On February 16th of this year, the Planning Commission voted 4-0-1, with one council member abstaining, to recommend approval of the MCTA to the City Council. So currently there are 9 areas kind of spaced throughout the city that are zoned AP. That consists of 54 individual properties. 11 of those properties are developed with 12 single-family residences. There is one lot just over here on North San Dimas that does have 2 single-family residences on a single property. Of the 12 residences, 8 are listed on the city's Historic Resources Survey. So as I already stated, the properties with single-family residences in the AP zone are legal non-conforming. That means they were legally built, but they no longer conform to current code. Because of this status, residents have been having issues finding refinancing, obtaining insurance. They could not be currently rebuilt if taken out by like fire. And that makes insurance companies and financing companies kind of reluctant to always take on the burden. These are the properties that are in AP zones that are developed with single-family lots. As you can see, the majority are in the downtown area on North San Dimas Avenue, with one on 2nd Street that also is right on San Dimas Avenue. There's a single residence on Bonita just up from the post office, and a few over at the intersection of Lone Hill and Covina in that area. So these residences are roughly put into the 3 zones. The one on the eastern edge on Bonita, the one in central downtown, and the one on the western edge. So this is a close-up of the Inset 1 map. So there are 3 residences developed single-family on this area, 1 right where Covina turns into Badillo, and 2 just north of Covina on Lone Hill. Inset 2 is on the left. This is the majority of the homes, starting just north of 1st and going to just south of 3rd Street. And there is a single-family home on Bonita just east of the post office. So for our proposed code text, we are simply inserting one line into the code to allow the homes. And this is not going to allow new homes. This will only legalize residences that were already established. So we are proposing that the code reads single-family residences that were established prior to 1970 and have been continuously used for residential purposes. Such residences may be completely reconstructed only when destroyed by a natural catastrophe, including but not limited to fire, earthquake, or flood, by an unforeseen accident or similar event as determined by the Director of Community Development. Residences destroyed or demolished by intentional actions by or on the behalf of the property owners will not be able to be reconstructed. So this does two things. It doesn't allow for new homes. It simply makes the homes that are already there permitted. That's why we inserted the date prior to 1970. And we also made it so that if a resident was to destroy their own home either through arson or demolition, they would not be able to reconstruct. This only allows them to reconstruct in the event of an unforeseen catastrophe. Environmental, it's exempt per CEQA. This is not a project under CEQA. And the Planning Commission and staff recommend that the City Council introduce Ordinance 1298 approving MCTA 23-0001. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions.
Any questions?
So in the case, I understand that we're basically permitting existing homes that are there. So in the case of a resident demolishing their home, what would happen to the property? Would we then use it for some sort of a professional?
It would have to follow. It would have to follow the approved uses within the AP zone and meet all development standards.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. So my name's Elizabeth Anaya. I'm here with my husband, and basically we are new to the city of San Dimas as of 2 years ago. And when we purchased our home on San Dimas Avenue, we love our home and we love the community from the time that we came out to see the house. Although we first saw the home, knew it would definitely be a challenge to restore, but this is exactly what we wanted as our forever home. Our only goal is to restore it to its original state to match the community that we've moved into. So we're the ones that recently encountered an issue trying to get an equity loan due to the zoning area, which was a good thing that it was declined, because that's how we were able to find out that we were not able to get approved because of the zoning. So sorry about that. So we happened to find out that we would not be able to restore if it were to be destroyed due to a natural disaster if it was more than 50%. So therefore, the reason that I'm here today is just to ask if you could please help my neighbors and I to approve the municipal code 23-0001 being presented tonight, so it would protect our home, that we can continue to have single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak to this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I just have one comment, and that's that the houses, a lot of the houses we're talking about, and as Ken mentioned, the bulk of them are in the town core and they're right on San Dimas Avenue. That stretch of San Dimas Avenue above First Street is an attractive part of the town core residential area. And some property owners have chosen to retain their homes as homes, which is kind of neat. This particular house, having seen it over the years, as Ms. Anaya said, was a little bit of a challenge, and it's amazing how much work they have done on this home. And I see her husband out there all the time putting in, whether it's some lighting or a new fence or plants or whatever it is. So it's a great asset to the community, that house is. And so I think this just allows people who are living in a house to have the same benefits that other homeowners have, and that's to get these home equity loans and to not have a problem with insurance. I would recommend that we approve the MCTA.
Is that a motion?
If there's no other discussion, I'll make that motion.
I had one additional question. The updating the code, I guess my question is if a homeowner wanted to do any extensive renovations or anything else, does this have any impact on their ability to do so? Or I guess I'm just trying to understand if there's any restrictions there.
This would allow them to do more with their home as far as renovations. Because single-family uses are not an approved use in the AP zone, they are a bit limited as far as what they can do.
Okay.
So this gives them the rights that any other homeowner in San Dimas would have as far as renovation.
Got it. Thank you very much. That's it.
Now, do we need to read this one by title since it's an ordinance change? Can we do that, and then I'll make a motion?
Deborah, before you do that, just let me say that I appreciate staff bringing this forward. I think that these homes are particularly challenging, at least with the restrictions that have been in place for some time. And a lot of folks that live in this particular area, I remember walking those areas when I first ran in 2017, and you'd hear people saying, I can't do anything with my bathroom, or I can't put a tub in here, or whatever the case may be on their homes. And so I appreciate Eric's question, because I think that's the goal. People should have the ability to do things with their property. And so I look forward to voting in favor of this.
It sounds like this is a long time coming for a lot of these properties.
It is.
I'm a little surprised that it's taken us this long to get to it, but I'm glad we have. So
You have to count to 3.
Yeah. It took us quite a while to get to vinyl siding in one of these homes. It took a long time. So
I'd ask that we read the resolution, then I'll make a motion.
Resolution 1298, Ordinance 1298, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, California, approving Municipal Code Text Amendment 23-0001, amending Chapter 18.136, AP, the Administrative Professional Zone in the San Dimas Municipal Code to allow single-family residences that were established prior to 1970 and have been continuously used for residential purposes as a primary use in the AP zone, along with associated cleanup items.
I move that we waive further reading and introduce Ordinance 1298.
Second.
any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. This will constitute the first reading and introduction.
Thank you.
Introduction of Ordinance 1297, approving Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-005, an amendment and grading limits within a specific Plan 11, Planning Area 1, and adoption of a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. Ken?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a continue item from the last City Council meeting where we did hear public comments, but staff's presentation was not made. So as background, this is for specific Plan 11, which was created in 1983 with the development of the Villa Verde area. It consists of 4 planning areas 1 through 4, although this amendment only deals with planning area 1. It consists of the custom home lots on Calle Cristina and Paseo Lucinda. As originally written, SB 11 allowed only for the grading necessary for the residence, garage, and vehicular access. Any other grading was prohibited. In 1987, the Development Plan Review Board adopted a policy of allowing a maximum of 200 cubic yards of grading, cut, and fill in excess of the grading allowed by code, as well as exempting grading needed for a pool and a 5-foot deck. And although this was passed by the DPRB, they did not have the authority at the time to override the municipal code. This is a map of SP 11. The red outline is all of SP11, while the yellow outline is just the custom home lots located within SP11 Area 1. This is an abbreviated background, but on May 12, 2020, the City Council requested that staff prepare a presentation on grading limits within the SP11 Planning Area 1. On July 14, 2020, City Council heard presentation and initiated the MCTA. On March 9, 2021, City Council provided staff with direction on the grading limits for the MCTA, settling on a 1,000 cubic yard allowance with exemptions and still in place for pool and decking. On October 7, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the Municipal Code text amendment to the City Council. The item was then scheduled for the October 26, 2021 City Council meeting. It was pulled before coming to City Council due to potential exposure from litigation due to the MND that was prepared by the city at the time. On January 11, 2022, the City Council authorized an agreement with Ultra Systems to prepare a new MND. And on January 19, 2023, the Planning Commission held public hearing and voted to recommend approval for the MCTA, but recommend denial of accepting the mitigated negative declaration. So at this time, staff is proposing a code amendment which codifies the original DPRB's policy while allowing for the increased 1,000 yard cubic grading limit per direction from the City Council at the study session. The proposed amendment seeks to preserve the original intent of the specific plan while allowing for additional grading limits that would allow individuals and property owners to develop their property with additional yards. So grading is measured by the cubic yard. A cubic yard is a box 3 feet wide, 3 feet high, 3 feet deep. The graphic on the bottom shows a cubic yard in relation to first a man, and then 250 yards in relation to a man, and 500 cubic yards in relation to a car. The graphic on the right shows how much material a large vehicle would hold. As you can see, the bottom one with the double trailer is 30 cubic yards. Staff is also proposing to regulate the design of any proposed grading, the aesthetics of the retaining walls and landscaping so that the visual impact of walls in the area would be minimalized. It also seeks to provide for additional grading and protecting the natural look of the hillsides. For grading design, the grading must work with the natural contours found on site. That means that if your hill has a slight arch to it, that you would have to follow that arch. You can't just cut straight across the hillside to create a flat wall. Removal of any trees would still require a tree removal permit. That would still have to go through either the DPRB or staff level process that is already in the code. The open space easement area will be preserved and no grading is permitted. We are not looking at changing any of the code as it pertains to the open space easement. This is a map of the open space easement. It's the darker color on the map. The properties along Calle Cristina and Paseo Lucinda, they have a buildable area that faces the street, while the rear of most of the properties has some type of open space easement where development is prohibited. For retaining wall design, staff is proposing that any single wall height would be limited to 12 feet. Total exposed height of walls would be not to exceed 24 feet. Whether you got there in 2 12-foot walls, 3 8-foot walls, that would be up to the design that was proposed by the resident. All walls must be separated by 1/2 the height of the taller of the 2 walls. So if you wanted to do 2 12-foot walls, you would need 6 feet of space between those walls. We just don't want, we don't want 2 12-foot walls a foot apart because that basically creates a 24-foot wall. Gravity type retaining walls should be used whenever possible. These aren't flat. They have an arch to them, so there is a step out from the top of the wall to the toe of the wall. Little friendlier on the environment, and they don't create that flat wall aesthetic that you see in some areas. Wall material will be decorative and in a tan or earth cone color. This is to help it blend into the hillside. We don't want walls sticking out. We want them as much as possible to look like they are part of the hillside. And if an infinity pool is used, the height of the pool wall will count towards the maximum height of the retaining walls. So we don't want somebody looking to do 24 feet of retaining wall and then sticking a 6-foot, 7-foot infinity pool wall on top of that in order to get to a 30-foot wall. Landscape design, we are looking to have native trees planted at the base of the walls. These would be some type of oak or a black walnut tree at 15-foot intervals. Native drought-tolerant shrubs should also be planted at the base of the walls, and any landscaping installed must be irrigated. This is to ensure that the landscaping can take and work to actually obscure the walls in the future. In addition, staff is completing a cleanup of the entire municipal code chapter. The chapter had entire sections based on the original development of Villa Verde, and now that that area is fully developed, those sections are no longer needed in the code. For the environmental, the Ultra Systems, who has been our consultant, has prepared a mitigated negative declaration for this action. The following impacts have been mitigated to achieve a less than significant threshold, and those are air quality and wildfire. We have 4 impacts which require mitigation measures. Those are biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality. The city received 5 comments regarding the M&D during the comment period. Those are all included as an attachment to the staff report. For clarity, the proposed M&D applies only to additional grading performed. None of the actions or mitigation measures included in this M&D would apply to anybody doing a new house, a driveway, or a garage. Those are actually covered by the M&D, which was done with the creation of specific Plan 11, and this does not override those or create any additional measures for the house, garage, or driveway. In order to adopt the municipal code text amendment before you, the city council must adopt mitigation measures. The MCTA cannot be approved without also adopting the mitigated negative declaration. I also want to point out that this staff report is light on the environmental. There's a large environmental document before you. Staff does not have the knowledge of CEQA or the knowledge of the MND to adequately present that. We do have the consultants who worked on this here to answer any questions you may have about the environmental section. Per the direction given by the Planning Commission, staff has looked into the revision of the mitigation measures contained within the mitigated negative declaration. Like I said, staff lacks the necessary knowledge and experience to properly assess the mitigation measures within the context of the MND and CEQA. We would need a third-party environmental consultant with CEQA experience to completely follow out the direction given by the Planning Commission. So at this time, staff recommends that the City Council open a public hearing, take public testimony, which was already done, close the public hearing, and either continue the item to a date uncertain, or not, I'm sorry, not either, just all of the above. Continue the item to a date uncertain, direct staff to seek a peer review of the biologic analysis and mitigation measures, and approve a budget amendment for an amount not to exceed $50,000. That would be what would be needed to hire another firm to properly assess the mitigated negative declaration that is attached to your staff reports. As an alternative, the council could adopt Resolution 2023-11 approving the MND as is and introduce Ordinance 1297 approving MCTA 20-0005. Or conversely, staff could deny Resolution 2023 denying the MND and deny Ordinance 1297 denying MCTA 20-0005. That would effectively kill the MCTA, and we would just be left with what is currently in the code.
Which would be 200 cubic yards?
That would be no extra grading. The 200 cubic yards was approved by DPRB. DPRB did not have the authority to override the code. That was never presented to council as an official code text amendment as it should have been.
Mr. Mayor, just before we open the public hearing, I'd like to...
There is no public hearing. We've opened it. We've closed it.
Oh, I see. I was just going to ask for a 3-minute recess so I could consult with the city attorney on a matter on this.
We can take a recess, but we're not going to open it.
Thank you.
There is no public hearing. It's been opened and closed. Okay, we'll take a 3-minute recess. Put a stopwatch on him. council meeting.
So at this point, staff has concluded its presentation. Staff is here to answer any questions you may have, and we do also have the consultants for the mitigated negative declaration here to answer any questions you may have about that document.
Their presentation was presented to the Planning Commission.
What you saw tonight was basically the same presentation as Planning Commission was presented with. As I said, we just don't have the knowledge to go in depth into the biology section in our staff report, so the consultants were made available to the Planning Commission to answer any questions they had.
Would they like to say anything about their findings to the council?
Are there questions? I have questions of both staff and the consultant, so I don't know, do we want to go staff first?
Whatever your preference.
So I'll try to condense and make them concise, but I do have some questions, and actually all of these I emailed to Ken a couple weeks ago before the other meeting. They may not be in the same order though, Ken. So and
I memorized them in that order, so we're all in trouble.
Right. So SB 9 allows lot splits, and these lots up in the Calle Cristina area are not any different than any other. If they can do a lot split, they're allowed to do it under state law, and which would mean that each one of those lots could grade 1,000 cubic yards in addition to the regular other grading. I was just wondering, like, how many lots do you think could actually do that based on how they're built out now?
Relatively.
God bless you. Or do we need to call the paramedics?
I'm not sure if that means I'm not supposed to answer the question at this time. So back to your question. Relatively few of the lots would be able to use SB 9 in their present form. The majority of lots up there do have the house centered on the lot. Per SB 9, you do have to do an equal distribution. You have to do like basically a 50-50 lot split, which would mean for most of those, you would be demolishing the existing house.
I think,
so there are the vacant lots. Those could all obviously be, SB 9 could be used on those, and I believe there were 3 or 4 additional lots that could be possibly split by SB 9 without affecting the residence that is currently in
so
place.
The total grading is a little bit higher, but not twice the amount.
It would not be twice unless most of the residents up there wanted to completely demolish their house and start from scratch.
Okay, I don't think they're doing that. Okay, about the negative decks, and so the ones that was done so far, if I'm not mistaken, has cost about $90,000.
Correct, roughly, yes.
Okay, and how much is how much did you say the peer-reviewed environmental would be if
we're asking for an additional funding of $50,000. Would it come all the way up to that? We don't know. We do know it would, if there were changes that were recommended, it could get close to the $50,000 mark.
$50,000. Okay, so that would be around $140,000. And then just the other ones on, besides the consultants, they're on the text amendment itself. And so there's a provision where if there are no retaining walls, the property could actually grade not 1,000, but 1,200 cubic yards. And like, do you have an idea of if there are any that would apply to?
So we added that because early in this process, council had asked us to look at using 2-to-1 slopes or a reasonable slope in replacement of a wall to provide for a more natural appearance. It would be kind of a catch-22 for homeowners up there. Most of the slopes that would use the full 1,000 cubic yards are steep, and they have no way of approaching a 2-to-1 slope, so they wouldn't be able to use the additional 200 cubic yards. The ones up there that would be most likely to use the additional cubic yards because they could create a slope don't actually need the entire 1,000 cubic feet of grading. So in reality, I'm not sure if any of the residents up there would take advantage of it. There are very few that could.
Okay, got it. All right. There's a part that, and I'll just reference this part, it's page 15 of the ordinance, and I'm not sure, I've got the page number from a couple weeks ago, but it's probably about page 736 in our current agenda packet. and it's talking about the open space easement, and it talks about grading is not permitted in these areas except for the following uses, and landscaping is one of, number 7 there, is landscaping is listed as a potential reason to grade in the open space easement. If I'm reading it, so correct me if I'm reading that wrong, or what does that mean?
Our reading on it would be that it isn't allowing for just any landscaping or grading for landscaping. It would be because if you do look at, under that same section, which is 18.518.180, page 565.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Page 15 of the ordinance. Evidently, Henry's got an older copy. There are some areas like fuel modification or access for fire, construction of underground utilities, service access for utilities and flood control facilities. There are some instances on there where you may create some kind of structure which you may want to conceal through landscaping. So that's where the landscaping would come into play. It wouldn't allow for somebody to just go into that area, grade a flat pad and put in a lawn. That's not the intention of that section.
And if somebody's doing feels a need to do fuel modification, is that, and needs to do this grading or whatever they're going to do down there in the open space easement, can they just go ahead and do that? Or is that something they need to come to the city to get a permit or talk to us? Or
in reality, there really won't be grading involved in fuel modification. There could be in extreme circumstances, but for the most part, when you're talking about fuel modification, the extreme you'd be going to is what LA County Fire does up there now with the disking of the land, which isn't really grading, it's just stirring up the land to make sure that the weeds are cut down. So there are very few actual instances where you would need to grade for fuel modification.
Okay, thanks. Last question for staff. Does the text say anything about lighting, like from tennis courts or basketball courts, if they wanted to light, and mitigating or doing anything with the lighting to prevent it from shining into the open space easement and the habitat there?
The text does not, but those types of development would still have to go through planning and possibly be subject to director's review. So at that time, we would be able to control the lighting issues through staff review.
Even though it doesn't say anything about it, you think staff would be able to do that?
We are still able to. We can put provisions on something where the light is not supposed to spill onto adjacent properties, or, currently in code now, we still have the ability to go through, and if a light is producing an undue burden on other properties, we can ask them to curtail that. So through the development process, we would absolutely be able to change lighting.
Yeah, the existing code, just for clarification, does specify with regards to light spillage onto adjacent properties.
Oh, does it? I didn't catch that. Thanks.
Is that controlled through the development process under something like a CUP?
No, it would just be through the development process.
Development process.
Okay.
Whenever a project comes in, we do review it, and we have the ability to say, you know what, look, you're using, exaggerating here, but like 1,000 watt sodium bulbs, those are going to be a little bright for what you need. We're going to need you to cut back. We absolutely have the ability to do that.
Okay.
And I know you said adjacent properties, but I was thinking more about the habitat in the easement part that they can't develop in, but the light could affect the habitat and the that kind of thing.
And part of that will be contained because any new lighting would have to be LED or some sort, and we can work with the brightness on that through the development process.
All right, thanks. That's all I have for staff.
Before I had arrived on council, I think my first question is how did you come to the 1,000 square cubic feet versus, 750, 2,000? What was the reason for that?
Sorry, I just have to go back for the date. So we went to a study session on March 9th, 2021, where we basically provided city council just with information about what grading is, because it can be cut and fill. It's not just taking dirt out, it's putting dirt in.
Yeah.
What a cubic yard is. And at that point, council settled on the 1,000 cubic yard limit.
What was the rationale for that? Was it a number based on certain improvements that could be done, or what was?
I couldn't tell you. It was given to us by council. We took that number and put it into the code, but it was not a number staff developed.
Didn't somebody ask how much dirt would fill this room?
Yeah.
And was it 1,000?
No, it's more than 1,000.
It's more than 1,000, okay.
I'm trying to remember because that was 2 years ago. But I believe this room holds around 1,300 cubic yards if you went to the top of the pyramid.
Eric, Cliff Notes version, we started it everywhere from 500 to unlimited, and then we ended up at 1,000. And so we went from everything, and that's why there's the pictures that are in there, because there were questions about, what that looks like. Some of it is driven by folks who have interests in doing things on their property up in that particular area. And so different folks had different perspectives on what they would need to be able to achieve what they wanted to do. Council was not comfortable with unlimited. Then 500 didn't meet everybody's goals as it related to some of the homeowners. 1,000.
Do you remember what some of the goals were that 500 wouldn't meet?
It was things that were not exempted under the current exemptions. So some of the exemptions that currently are provided, someone could go and build a Bellagio-sized pool if they so wished to circumvent this, or we could be a little bit more reasonable in the accommodation on what somebody could do with grading so that they weren't undermining the code or building something unnecessary that was onerous and unreasonable to some of them.
I guess a more direct answer to your question is like what examples were given then. I think one of them was just a grass yard, having a flat yard to go kick a ball around with your kids, or potentially I think the example of a basketball court was thrown around as well. But those are the particular types of uses that were not allowed under the previous iteration of
And then the 200 that was approved by the board, that would count towards 1,000, or that would be in addition to those that have taken advantage of the...
That 200 was part of the 1,000.
Okay. So this takes the place of that. The 200 never should have been allowed. The DPRB does not have the authority to override the code. So this takes the place of that DPRB policy, codifies it, but raises the limit from 200 to 1,000.
Got it. Thank you.
Right, and that's an important note just on this whole topic that, homeowners up in that area brought forth concern, and it was discovered through this process that although for some time the city had been adhering to this rule that DPRB had, that it in fact was not proper and needed to be remedied. So we took action.
Okay. I have questions for the consultant, but my last question is, I know that the staff recommendation is to peer review the biology portion of the report. If you were to have the entire report peer reviewed, what would the cost of that be? Just so that way it's a full view of everything and checking everything, not just a section of it where there may be some.
So we do not have a cost estimate for the entire document, but at this time there's no need to review the entire document. The only section of the document that the Planning Commission or basically any of the residents have spoken out about is the biology section. So we have no reason to doubt the other sections of the document. Those are not creating the situations that even the residents are finding onerous. It is just the biology section.
Nonetheless, though, just to have it completely an apples to apples comparison, not just a section, do you have any idea of what that could be?
I do not.
Okay. Is it possible to get that cost estimate?
It is, but at this point it would just probably be an added cost to the city that there is not a reason to go through with.
Well, some residents have raised that there are some concerns. I'm just curious as to what that cost might be.
We could find out.
That'd be great. Thank you. And then the last question I had was, I know that there were some concerns before we began asking questions of the consultant. So there were some concerns with sections within the biology portion of the report. Would you be able to elaborate on what your concerns were, or what areas where you felt may be worth review?
Well, it's just the biology section as a whole. The mitigation measures that are needed to mitigate some of the measures, both the Planning Commission and residents have expressed that they think those are too onerous, that they're putting too much work on the residents, both in as far as time and money. Some of the surveys that would need to be carried out have to be carried out at multiple times a year. You do need a biologist to carry out those surveys.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I ask is I don't come with any background in what's reasonable and what's not. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is what would, quote, a reasonable mitigation look like, so that way I understand how disparate this is from that opinion.
Well, we don't know. That's why staff does not have the knowledge of CEQA to be able to answer that question adequately. We don't know what a reasonable mitigation measure are. Okay. These may be reasonable. We may have somebody complete the peer review. They may say, look, the measures contained in this are perfectly reasonable. We would suggest the exact same measures. They may say, look, there's another way to do this.
Okay.
But staff does not have a working knowledge of biology. I mean, we're planners. We have urban design, urban planning, geography degrees. We don't have the biology background.
So just for some clarification on for typical projects, let's just say this Villa Verde area came in, this is vacant land, and a whole tract development was going to be proposed for these 36 custom lots on vacant, undisturbed land. Some of these mitigation measures and surveys, pre-construction surveys, focus surveys are typical for a full development that is being proposed and has to be done prior to earth movement and such. For a existing residence that wants to add a pool that's outside of this area, that would be something that is not subject to CEQA, and it would be just exempt, and we would just go straight to the construction plan phase, and they would just go straight to permitting process at that point.
What you're basically saying is that the standards that are proposed would be more appropriate if you had no development already in place, not for something that you would be doing like a smaller project of this sort.
And there's a number of surveys in there that just, if it was undisturbed land, possibly, but like you can imagine, we're not experts in biology, so if the standards have changed and such, but from my experience, you typically have like burrowing owl surveys or nesting bird surveys and such prior to construction or prior to issuance of grading permits, or for lands that have been undisturbed or things of that nature. For this, some of the things that were brought up in the public were and was discussed prior to this item was the annual disking, clearing of weeds and disking of the lands to an approximate location of 30 feet, 100 feet away from these existing structures. It had been brought up that disturbs the potential habitat for biological species and such. So there's just some questions with regards to the amount of surveys that are being required for the potential work that could be done.
What I'm trying to get at is that if we were to authorize a second study, I just want to understand like what that study could look like, because like you, I don't have experience in this, and so if you're saying, well, we want to do a peer review, what would be the potential changes that we would see? And so you having some sort of an opinion saying that we think that these mitigation measures would be more appropriate if none of these houses existed and you're going to go in and build, then that gives me some frame of reference for what the disconnect could be. And those would be the questions that I would ask of the consultant when we have a chance to.
And for the peer review, I mean, if the council wishes to go through that peer review and the biologist of a different firm comes to the conclusion that everything is meets the standards and they have no corrections, then we would bring that forward to the city council. But if they have a review, there can be a number of different ways that this could go about that.
Sure.
I wouldn't be able to just tell you what will happen. So that's why we're recommending a peer review of the document.
suppose that we go down that route. I guess to your point, there's a lot of variations that this could go. It could be that the second review could lessen standards in some area or mitigation measures in some areas, and then require more in another area. What happens then? How do you piece together some sort of policy from that?
What the changes would be, more than likely, we're going to have to recirculate. So they'll have to redo that technical appendices if that's what's required. So they'll redo the biological, and they'll revise the biological section based off of their analysis. And we would have to recirculate the MND back for public review. And then after that, we would bring that forward to City Council.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some sort of a process in place to marry the two or
Correct.
Okay, excellent. All right, and those are the questions I have for staff. I have lots of questions for the consultant when appropriate.
I just had one question. I mean, obviously, this wouldn't be coming forward if in the staff's professional expertise and experience, there was cause and concern that was voiced either by staff or members of the public who were being responsive to. Is that a fair statement?
With regards to the MND?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the MCTA is allowing additional grading. That wasn't allowed with the original environmental. That's what triggered the additional MND for this particular MCTA.
But I mean, the peer review piece of this, it's almost like a jury, right? Like there's a hung jury at this point, and so peer review will help us either validate the requirements, or will provide another perspective for staff and the public then to marinate on and make a policy decision.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I just wanted to...
I have questions for staff, or consultants.
Right. When this matter went before the Planning Commission, okay, they approved one portion of it, then they suggested that we go back to the drawing board, and that's when you guys came up with the fact that maybe we should do a peer review. This particular, how did that evolve itself?
So at Planning Commission, the Planning Commission approved the code text amendment,
right,
but denied approving or recommending approval of the MND. Unfortunately, there's no way to pass the code text amendment without also approving the MND. We have to approve some kind of environmental package with the code text because this is a project per sequa. The code or the peer review was more because Planning Commission expressed reservations with the requirements that were being made of the homeowners in order to do the additional grading.
Could we have an example of that?
Not a direct, it's a totality of what's involved. And it's hard to talk because they have to do, I mean, the residents up there would have to do studies. Let's say they want to do a backyard. They have to do, as Henry said, burrowing owl surveys or wildlife surveys. Those surveys aren't necessarily the same for every resident. Certain residences have habitats that others don't have, so they may have to do additional surveys. But it was just the totality of surveys that had to be done that the Planning Commission expressed reservations about. And also the timeline. Some of the surveys have to be done at certain times of the year, which could delay projects. So it wasn't one thing in particular that the Planning Commission was like, no, this is too much. It was more the totality of the mitigation measures that, looking at them all, it was like, this is, we went from having a little baseball that would fit calmly in your hand to having something like a medicine ball that's going to be harder to throw. It weighed on them.
And I know that some of the community members expressed concerns about if I wanted to build a gazebo that was going to cost me $10,000, but I'd be paying $100,000 in surveys. And those was just conversation, obviously. Okay, but so it seemed like, the public's concern about the biology portion of it was there. And I don't know anything about building gazebos, and I don't know anything about biology. But the reality is, there's got to be somewhere in there that people can do something with their property reasonable, and so that's what I would think that we need to be a little bit concerned of too, so.
To that point, is there anywhere in the appendices, I don't think, I could have missed it, but I don't have a sense of how much it costs to hire a biologist to do these various activities. Is there estimates for that can help provide context?
No, because that would be, it's like anything in the world. You can go out, you can get estimates, and they could be widely varying. So it's nothing that we are providing or that the consultant be providing as far as how much those cost, especially because there's no timeline in this for when you would have to do the surveys. So if you wanted to do a survey tomorrow, it's going to cost one thing. But if all of a sudden you had to do that survey in 10 years, it could cost something, totally different because of inflation, anything else that's going on in the world.
Right, but the purposes of trying to understand the financial burden to residents, you need some sort of a range, right, to be able to say, okay, to back up your point, if I want to build a gazebo and I have to do X, Y, and Z survey, the ranges of these surveys would be 3,000 to 7,000, then you can kind of do the math and see what that might be.
Yeah, so each survey that would be required or study and having a biological consultant, it just depends on case by case for each resident and how many of these surveys are needed, timeframes and all that. All those costs are borne by the property owners and who they hire, but it would cost tens of thousands of dollars, depending on how many, because it's not just one survey that would be required for any of these residents.
These would be unique biologists in each of these fields, so potentially you would be doing something like 10 surveys, or what?
Well, and they may be able to stack surveys.
Okay.
So, there may be 10 surveys they have to do, but they may only need a biologist to come out 4 or 5 times, depending on what surveys, because you could accomplish multiple surveys at the same time.
So I think that the main point that I'm making is I read the biology mitigations. It's just hard to really understand the burden to the homeowner without some sort of ballpark costs, and that's what I'm struggling with a bit.
And we understand, but it's not anything that staff has a number we can give you.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions of staff? Ladies, would you like to say, come forward? And sounds like at least a couple, 2 or 3 have some questions.
I'm ready.
You're ready.
Thank you for having us.
If you want to see this.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, my name is Michelle Tillett, and I am the Biological Resources Lead for our Ultra Systems.
Mic, please.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Tillett, and I am the Biological Resources Lead for Ultra Systems Environmental. We've been working with the city now for quite a while trying to iron this out, and I have a little bit of background that I can give you because I know that you didn't hear, the commission meeting, so that might help put some things into perspective. So would you like to ask me questions first, which, might include a lot of what I was going to say anyways, or I can just present to you what I brought. So let me know how you'd like to proceed, and we can.
How do you feel comfortable? Would you rather the questions?
I'd rather find out what the interest of the room is, and then I can speak to that.
Then we'll ask you some questions then.
Okay, thank you.
Don?
I have some questions. So, talking about the biological mitigation measures, and you heard comments and questions about the individual properties, and the fact that that at one point before any property was developed, you might do one kind of mitigation. If a tract is going in, they're just going to be grading a whole bunch of stuff, for example. I'm sure the answer is yes to this. This CEQA project, did you realize that this involved individual properties and your bio mitigation measures would have to be done by individual property owners, perhaps, each one individually, which would be a lot of different surveys. So
Right.
one property owner couldn't take advantage of his next door neighbor's surveys if the project was, 3 or 4 years later.
Well, in some respects, it is possible for the neighboring parties to take advantage of those surveys. But to answer the first part of your question, in the beginning of this project, we were looking at it from a holistic perspective of the entire SP11. So with that in mind, all of the mitigation measures apply to the entire area as CEQA requires. So CEQA requires us to look at the entire area, the whole of the project, which for this MCTA is SP11 and not the individual parcels. In the future, the project would be the individual parcel, including whatever they draw up with the engineers. So the grading plans, the design, the access, all of that would then be that separate CEQA project, which I believe the city was just saying would be exempt from CEQA review. And there are a few cases where that might be true, and then the rest that probably wouldn't be true for each parcel. And each one it's going to be a different case, as the city indicated, and I can elaborate on that.
Real quick, I just want to specify that when you say SP11 in totality, it was SP11 Planning Area 1, so all the
Right.
custom lots.
I apologize.
Not the entire
yes.
SP11.
Area 1,
Okay, thanks
as
for that.
opposed to the individual parcels.
Okay, great. One of the areas when you did the review was aesthetics, and your conclusion was that aesthetics was not affected to any significant, to the level where you needed to do any kind of mitigation, that you had to study it further, I guess is the way you might put that. And one of the questions, and if anybody's following along, this is in the initial study, mitigated negative declaration in section 4, and it's on page 4.1-2. And in the agenda packet for tonight, it's on page 324, in case you wanted to take a look at that. One of the questions you have to answer is, would the project substantially damage scenic resources, including but not limited to trees, rock outcroppings, and historic buildings within a state highway? And it seems that scenic resources, when you talk about aesthetics, is limited to just what you can see from a scenic highway, of which we don't really have that many in San Dimas that can view the property we're talking about. And yet the common sense of, like, is it going to change the aesthetics of the area would say, well, maybe it would, because there's people that are looking at it and they're enjoying it because it's whatever, and the aesthetics may be changed. Can you explain how that works? Because it was one of the things I was surprised that aesthetics was not included in your further evaluation of what to do about it.
It was included in our response to comments, but let Allison.
Yeah. Do you have copies of our response to comments?
I do.
Okay. If you go to page 2-16, and it's response B-AES-2.
Okay, I got to find the response to comments. And 2 dash...
B-AES-2. Response B-AES-2.
Yes. I'm looking at that. So that is page 535 in our agenda packet, just for those who
Thank you.
I believe that's where we are. We got it.
Okay. As you said, there are no state scenic roads going through that area. However, we looked at the City of San Dimas general plan, and although you don't have any classified scenic vistas, the city contains scenic resources such as open foothills, canyons, San Gabriel Mountains, and etc. But in addition, the city has classified Puente Street and as a scenic highway corridor. And views of the project from Puente Street are mostly blocked by intervening topography and vegetation. Views of the project from Villa Verde are likewise blocked from existing vegetation and existing residential development. So we didn't look strictly at state highways. We also looked at your general plan to see what the city had down as sensitive scenic vistas. We did note that, according to Caltrans, there are no officially designated scenic highways within or adjacent to the project area. And the locations of future trails, and I think this was part of the comment, the locations of future trails are unknown, and so we simply are not able to evaluate potential impacts to future trails such as that at this time.
So, okay, so that was one of the things that led to my question, that particular comment and the answer. It sounds like the public, other than residents, and there actually is is it Susanna? I'm trying to think of the street where you can drive on and see into the scenic easement area, but it was it's a public street. It's got other houses on it, but it sounds like you're taking into consideration more, like you say, trails, like other public members would somehow be able to see into this view, and not necessarily the residents who are in the specific plan, who are looking down from their patios or whatever into the scenic area. You're not counting that as something you have to count toward aesthetic.
Typically, aesthetics are impacts to aesthetic resources are analyzed from the point of view of the member of the public looking toward or into the project site, as opposed to somebody in the project looking out around them.
Right. Okay. Got it. No worries. All right. Just a question. I know that LA County has determined that there are what they call significant ecological areas, SEAs. Does this property, is it in one? Is it near one? Is there one anywhere nearby? Or
Yeah, Walnut Creek, the Walnut Creek Parkway, not Parkway, sorry, that's a street. The trail, I can't remember the name of that park. That's
Donovans Trail.
That's a significant ecological area. In the eastern San Gabriel Valley, we don't have one large area that's an SEA. It kind of hops, skips, and jumps because of current existing development and what remains behind, like hilltops. San Jose Hills, I think, I can't remember if they're part of the SEA. But yeah, the Walnut Creek, that's part of it. That's part of an SEA. That was a linear portion. Certain open hilltops. We do have a figure in the M&D in the bio section showing the locations of the SEA. But the project site itself does not fall within or immediately adjacent to an SEA.
All right, so that doesn't really apply here. Good, I just wanted to make sure. Possibly I can put these all into one question. So I'll just ask a number of questions here. The biological mitigation measures. So I'll just ask these questions. How does conducting a survey, assessing habitat, or writing a report about it help mitigate significant on-site impacts? How does paying into a mitigation bank help with on-site impacts? And how does relocating wildlife or replanting trees or whatever, reconstituting vegetation and things in the habitat in some other place mitigate on-site impacts? And I have one more question after you answer those.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Allison Carver. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Allison Carver, senior biologist with Ultra Systems, and I apologize. I was trying to get to the point. We'll probably both take this, but you can't mitigate for what you do not know is there. So that is why we start with the surveys, and we document the findings of the surveys, methodology, et cetera, in a report. And if the surveys were negative, you still send that on to the resource agency to document, support basically CYA, saying, no, we found nothing here. The habitat is there, but we found no members of the species. Or if you do find something, you are able to document exactly what you found and where. And so you don't have to mitigate for all of these other things, you mitigate for only what you found. And kind of takes me backward a little bit. Not every resident would have to do every survey. We do not know still where any of the individual residential construction would occur. We were given the number of 1,000 cubic yards and then an additional 20 square feet, number similar to that. But
20 feet.
20 feet, thank you.
Distance off the-
Yeah, but if you look at the yards, some of them are very large, some of them not so much larger than that, but without knowing where the project was going to occur, we had to assume a worst-case scenario and assume that the project could occur anywhere. I would imagine most of the residents, because of slope or because of just the additional cost of removing vegetation, I imagine most of them would try to avoid the areas that we're talking about in the mitigation measures. But I wanted to make it clear the intention is not to impose these mitigation measures on every single resident. We just didn't know where these projects were going to be. Okay. Generally, when we start this process, we have a project footprint. We know exactly where the temporary and permanent impact areas are going to be, so we can plan around that. But in this case, we didn't know, so we did have to go toward a worst-case scenario.
Question in that regard. So when you're looking at that, so obviously you're looking at SP 11 Planning Area 1 in its entirety, and then not knowing where a potential project would be. As Councilmember Abner was saying, there's the scenic easement that's separate from buildable portions of each of those lots. So would it be fair to say that the scenic easement is included in the biological mitigations when, in fact, no building would be occurring on that?
No, we left it. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. Okay. I actually think I should give a little bit of background here because, thank you, because I think that will help to add some context here. With regards to the beginning of the project, so initially, as I said, the CEQA document was prepared for the entirety of Area 1, and later we looked at the scenic easements because this project so CEQA requires analyses of direct and indirect impacts. So whether or not you're bulldozing or grading the scenic easements, there's still potential to impact any of the special status or common species in those areas that remain undeveloped. As a side note, a lot of the fuel modification zones have impacted some of these areas that were not meant to be impacted. In addition, the build-out may call for, increased impacts to the fuel mod area and scenic easement. And this is very strange because every time we've been here, we get slapped on both sides of the face from the public, and we're not really responding to anything but your questions now. So this is a very different situation than I was expecting. Okay, so in the beginning, we were asked to look at the buildable area of the parcel. The buildable area at that time was the non-easement area. So, from the backyards to the conservation easement. At this point, we looked at the worst-case scenario from the areas that were not part of the 35% to that extent. We were then asked to, as Allison said, look at a particular impact scenario, but the further we went down that rabbit hole, we found that there was no reasonable assumption that it could be applied to any project. So that would be based on the non-easement area originally was 35% build out. So we applied 35% spatially on a figure to spatially represent what that 35% would be. However, that didn't necessarily apply to any project because it could be in any configuration. So on top of that 35% then is this 1,000 cubic yards. The 1,000 cubic yards doesn't have a spatial component to it for each one of the parcels. So in some respects, it was comparing apples and oranges. So then we asked for a spatial, some sort of perspective in an area that we could apply to the 35% area. We were hoping to have some sort of geotech and slope analysis for a buildable portion on the backside of the 35%. But instead there was a one-size-fits-all approach, which is 20 feet beyond what the 35% was, which makes sense in terms of something that seems simple on the surface. But the problem with that is we can't guarantee where the build-out will actually occur within that parcel, except for going back to the beginning, from the home build-out all the way to the easement. So nothing became realistic that we could apply to a CEQA analysis. That said, we tried our best to decrease the mitigation measures for this project, but a lot of these homes have walnut woodland and oak woodland on their slopes, which are sensitive vegetation communities to the California Fish and Wildlife Service. So we suggested, there's already a tree ordinance that they have to abide by. The landowners have to abide by the tree ordinance as well as protection of special status resources, in this case, vegetation communities. We took those mitigation measures, applied them in a stacked application, and transferred that to a mitigation bank. So in answer to your question, how can you mitigate for an impact off-site with an impact on-site? And that's commonly done for waterways. It's done for all sorts of impacts across. It's somewhat of a trade program. So it's compensatory mitigation where they try to find something within the watershed, or for mitigation banks, there is a service area. And when a project is within the service area of a mitigation bank, impacts for that project could then be transferred to a mitigation bank, which would then conserve a contiguous area. And the reason for that is historically there were on-site mitigation, let's call them replantings or restorations on site, that failed. And so all of these in-trade compensatory mitigations that were on site there was no oversight, and so these replanted areas would fail, and there'd be a net loss of protected habitats. So to compensate for that and remediate, there was a push to institute the mitigation bank program, which the different agencies, CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and others create MOUs, and then they allow them to preserve large contiguous areas, which then function as ecosystems, hopefully source ecosystems where they then, and it's similar to the marine sanctuaries, where there's protected areas and then they repopulate the other areas that are not protected. and it's a functional area as opposed to small postage stamp islands that then usually extirpate the species because there's nowhere for them to go or reproduce or, be supported in any way. So after we tried those analyses and didn't really get anywhere with, this one-size-fits-all approach, we decided to apply the mitigation measures because this is an MCTA, it's not for any particular parcel. So it would be overarching, and then surveys would be done for that parcel and determine what mitigation measures then apply to each parcel. Going back to the discussion about the costs, many of these surveys can be stacked. So they are seasonal, but that's how biological resources works. We can't make the birds appear from their migration in months when they're not here. That's just, we rely on seasons. We can't force, plants to bloom when it's the non-blooming season. So that is true. We do apply, a seasonal approach, but that's required. Okay, in terms of the exemptions don't apply to these parcels because CEQA, the Federal Endangered Species Act, and the State Endangered Species Act still apply to minor impacts, and especially impacts when there's potential to impact waterways and listed species, which this project does apply to. And also this project is in one of the last remaining wildlife corridors and linkages. So Allison was talking about the SEAs. If you look at an overview of the San Gabriel Mountains, the foothills to the San Gabriel Mountains, and then the San Jose Hills, the Chino Hills, and then connecting to the Santa Ana Mountains where Cleveland National Forest is, and then on down through the Santa Rosas to Palomar, this area is all interconnected. And I know there's been a lot of news articles on wildlife corridors. This particular area is an important linkage, and it's already been built out. Originally, when this SP11 was built, the original CEQA documents didn't have almost any biological component at all. So there's no real baseline for what was lost, what exists here, what was found, because those surveys weren't done. So in terms of mitigating for what exists, we don't know what exists here except for the reconnaissance level surveys. And that might be a good time to show this so they understand the CEQA process.
And I wanted to clarify for council really quick. You heard Allison throw out the 35% quite a few times. I'm sorry, not Allison, Michelle. Throw out the 35% quite a few times. That's in reference to the lot coverage that would be allowed in that area. So because those are residential properties in San Dimas, we allow for 35% lot coverage. That's the 35% that she was mentioning.
And for clarification, so with regards to the buildable lot area and the 35%, because we don't have projects associated with this, we just have properties. So for a typical project description, you would have however many lots, how many buildings, you would actually have a project that's being proposed. In this case, we're looking at something that we're providing a standard for future, basically. Mm-hmm. So the 35%, what we had discussed with Ultra Systems is within the buildable area. So we said we wanted to exclude the open space easement, which has a predominant for the locations of those oak, walnut groves and such. The buildable areas, for the most part, have been built with residents, have been disturbed already. So if you look at the map on page 386 of the staff report, it shows the existing vegetation and such, and that white dashed line is the open space easement, but there is a box in there that's an approximate of 35% of that total lot area, which would include that open space easement. But some of those areas that don't have any vegetation or any colored layering, those are existing homes that doesn't have that habitat. But for the majority of those potential disturbed areas, those are within the open space easement areas that wouldn't be touched with this. And even 35% of the lot coverage of any one of these lots would be going over and beyond probably what would happen, because it is such a large area for these large lots. So I just wanted to clarify that.
35%, is that a standard for
Single-family
San Dimas?
residences
So it
zone.
doesn't matter on the top of the hill or?
It doesn't matter if
side
you're
of-
on top of the hill or across the street. It's 35% lot coverage is your total.
For building lot
Yeah,
coverage.
it's building lot coverage. So it's your total area of the lot that you can cover with structures, which would include garages, patio covers, residences, gazebos. Your roof, the total amount of roof on your lot cannot equal over 35%.
All right, thank you.
Do you mind if I look at the figure you're referencing, just so I can make sure I understand what we're talking about? Okay, right. So the figure that they're referencing is the land cover figure. So there's different vegetation communities on site, which for this project include, the protected vegetation communities that I was talking about before, which are, walnut woodland, oak woodland, coastal sage scrub, and cactus, prickly pear cactus scrub, along with a few waterway areas, which are most likely willows at the bottom. There were some areas that we couldn't access. The cleared areas and the non-native areas, those still have potential to support special status species. And if you read the CDFW comment letter, they're very clear when they say this is a contiguous area, and the wildlife move through these areas. They use these areas for foraging. Some use them for nesting. So cleared area doesn't necessarily equate with no habitat. In some respects, it's a commonly misunderstood concept of ecosystems. So I wanted to show you the CEQA process, which I think many of you are already familiar with, and we'll just run through this really quickly. It's the red cells there that I wanted to pay attention to. So in the beginning of the CEQA process, there's a notice of intent filed that notifies the public that there's a CEQA process beginning. Then we conduct the technical studies. In this case, we conducted a reconnaissance level study for biological resources, and I'll stick to that even though there's other examples here. So biological resources, the first step is a reconnaissance level survey, which is looking at the topography, the waterways, the land cover, the potential for species that could exist there, and then mapping those areas and creating a species occurrence potential list, which looks at the vegetation communities and then what was found on site, such as burrows. If there were fossorial mammals, then we would include particular species that use burrows for to support them on site. So during our reconnaissance level survey, we take with us a literature review, which is a database review of all of the publicly available databases that are available to us to learn what's been found in the area and potentially on site and what is protected in terms of, let's say, an SEA or Fish and Wildlife Service critical habitat. We then take the information from the reconnaissance level surveys and determine what the next steps are. Usually, the next steps would be a focus survey, which the focus surveys are what we have in the mitigation measures. Typically, mitigation measures don't include focus surveys because they're done prior to the CEQA document approval. In this case, this is an MCTA, so the focus surveys were then skipped, and the potential findings of significance with the mitigation measures took into account anything that could be found, because we don't know what was found because the focus surveys were never performed. So that portion of the analysis for biological resources is completely skipped over here. Once those surveys are performed, then the mitigation measures would apply. But we don't have that data, so we provided a whole suite of mitigation measures.
So that's why you're accounting for animals that I'm not familiar here, like mountain lions and stuff. Is that
right?
correct?
So the reason that mountain lions are in there and the Crouch's bumblebee and some other species is because they're listed species that occur in the area. So there's not exactly extensive surveys for them.
I see.
But they are mentioned because they're protected and they occur in the area. So it doesn't mean that we expect that when you go out there, there's going to be mountain lions everywhere. But they do move through the area and they do use the area. And historically, they've been found in this area using it as a wildlife corridor and linkage. So for that reason, it couldn't be ignored either and omitted from the report.
That's a standard practice that...
It's industry standard practice.
Okay.
That said, it doesn't mean that there's, an eight visit survey for mountain lions. And on the other surveys, many of them can just be done in one fell swoop. But we can't combine all the surveys in the mitigation measures as one survey because it's just not how it's done.
Seasonal stuff.
Because of seasonal, but also it's just not how it's done. They're always parsed out separately.
Okay. What is the shelf life of those surveys, by the way? So let's just say the homeowners association does all the surveys. Is it good for ever?
It depends on the survey. The waterway surveys would probably be good for at least 5 years.
Okay.
Barring any, acts of God or something where there's a landslide or whatnot. The rare plant surveys, rare plant surveys, and surveys for listed species may only be relevant for 1 to 3 years, depending on the circumstances. That said, many of the parcels won't require those surveys. And it's on a parcel by parcel basis. And also just to mention, a lot of the parcels, several of the parcels won't even be able to take advantage of this expansion because the 35% is pretty much their entire buildable area. So they wouldn't have to do surveys at all unless they allow access onto their land from their neighbors. But it wouldn't be them who bears the burden of it. In addition, the neighbors would be able to pool their funds together and then perform these surveys. In a lot of situations like this, it's the city that performs the focus surveys and not the individual landowners. And I understand there's a temporal gap here for the build out, but in many cases, and what I've seen is focus surveys are done over the entire area, and that would be considered a baseline for what species could occur in a certain area. So
for quick clarification, on a typical development project, and you can clarify me if I'm incorrect, We do go through this process. Let's just say the environmental process with an entitlement project, and it has this whole project description and such. It has mitigation measures, but the focus surveys aren't typically done prior to pre-construction. So we don't know what pre-construction would be for all these lots because every property owner has different timelines. We don't know what's going to happen. As the biologist stated, there's shelf lives for these surveys. So there wasn't staff didn't believe that that would be a beneficial from a fiscal standpoint and from a practical standpoint, not knowing how long it's going to take once we do these surveys. This has already taken a substantial amount of time just to get to this point. So once these surveys would have been done, let's just say last year, you're already running into it being expired.
Right, that's the shelf life question I was having.
Correct.
If you could just get it all over with, then people have the option.
It's not good forever.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what we.
Right.
So focus surveys are typically done after a project is approved and prior to disturbing dirt and land. You have certain mitigation measures and conditions that are required prior to us issuing those permits.
Yeah.
And a lot of those are pre-construction surveys that would be included as part of this process after the approval.
And you can't figure out which parcels would require surveys because you don't know the project. Is that my understanding? Okay, so that's what makes it really hard to estimate what the financial burden would be on the homeowner.
Because we don't know how many of these homeowners are going to take advantage of this. We don't know the timeline.
Yep.
We don't know any of this information, so it's virtually impossible for staff to be able to predict any of this information and to be able to say, let's do this focus survey, however much time it's going to cost, how much money it's going to cost, and it be obsolete by the time a resident wants to do it, and then they still have to do something because it's no longer valid.
So I guess my question is, your recommendation is to have a peer review. And it sounds like because of all the unknowns that had to go into the construction of this study, they had to go with worst case scenarios because you don't know what kind of projects you are on what lots and timeline and all the rest. This is the result that you got, which seems extreme, but that seems reasonable based upon all the unknowns that you have, right? You don't know what you're actually impacting. So that raises a question for me is, what different result would you get if you were to have a different peer review survey if the inputs would be identical and a lot of the methodology is guided by best industry practices and laws and the rest, as I understand?
So some of the discussions that staff had prior to the document being published was just the disturbance questions. Going off of the map, a lot of the areas surrounding the homes is like mustard seed. And according to the biological report, those aren't suitable vegetation typically for habitat. So there's just certain questions that came about that it appeared that a lot of the requirements were because of the open space easements, and when we wanted to bifurcate it, we were told that that's impossible because habitat doesn't know property lines and or easement lines, and therefore we had to look at it from worst case scenario, which the habitat could go across this easement area into the other areas, the buildable area. So that's where some of these questions just came about. So there is potentially, once we do the peer review, there could be instances where we could focus it more towards the buildable area versus opening it up to the entire area, which we were advised that couldn't be done.
Yeah, and I mean, just to, I don't mind the consultant continuing, but just based off of what we heard in staff's report, I think what's abundantly clear is that the direction or maybe the scope as it was laid out or at least the methodology that was done made a lot of assumptions that don't necessarily apply to the conditions that exist. Factually, for what we are trying to achieve through the municipal code text amendment. I understand the arguments and I understand some of the points, but when I hear a lot of unknowns coming into this and worst case assumptions and even the inclusion of some areas that are not even in play for the purposes of what the accomplishment is or the goal, I suppose, then all that means to me, whether it's right or wrong, it lends itself towards the question of confirmation. And so if in fact a peer review will solidify the assumptions made and validate what the existing consultant has provided, so be it. I just, in my experience doing other types of scientific work, it sounds to me like the methodology there will undoubtedly be, because there were assumptions made, that likely another consultant may not make the same assumptions, and therefore I think the outcome will likely be different on certain areas, not everything. And as we all know, you can always get a second opinion. What bothers me about this is I think when we talked about it, I mean, it basically sounds like somebody went to the doctor, said, this hurts, and then here's everything that could be wrong with you. And so what's concerning to me is that I understand and talking with residents, up there, when they saw this, and some staff, that this seems very onerous, but now I understand after hearing from the consultant why this came out the way it did. I'm a little disappointed that we weren't a little more specific, I think, in it. I guess my one question to the consultant would be understanding, I think, more of this process to where you're at today, and understanding more of what the actual objective of the municipal code text amendment is as it relates to some of those homes. Are there mitigations or things that you would change about where we're at today in this report?
I think that, well, first of all, speaking to the mustard fields, those areas would then not apply the mitigation measures that didn't apply to those areas. So by definition and by design, those wouldn't apply. So they wouldn't be onerous, because there's nothing that they would have to do in terms of particular species. So what I would probably do a little bit differently this time would be to clarify the stacking of the different species surveys that could be performed at the same time. I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from, $125,000, tens of thousands of dollars. That is absolutely not the case. And if these landowners will be performing geotech analyses and their hydrology and their engineering design and everything that they have to do to build out, especially if they're putting in the retaining walls and bringing in enough fill to fill this room. There's quite a few studies that they'll have to do. During that time is the time when the biological resources studies are done. So this is not going to delay the project, because the project needs all of these other elements already. That's generally how it's done. It's industry standard and practice. And in some respects, it's because biological resources isn't valued like hazardous materials or geology or any of the other disciplines are valued. But it is a lot more inexpensive than any of those other disciplines. In terms of the sensitive vegetation communities, only those parcels that would impact those sensitive vegetation communities would then be required to mitigate for them. So if they don't impact those areas, then there's no mitigation applied for them. And there's something else that I think I would clarify. I think it would make it easier on everyone. that only 7 of the mitigation measures are actually surveys. The rest of them are, 11 of them apply to what is to be done prior to the project, which is a wildlife survey, which simply means a biologist would enter the site and perform surveys to make sure there's nothing living in the impact zone or immediately outside of the impact zone that could be impacted or altered in some way, or produce a failed nest site and that sort of thing. And from my understanding, you already perform nesting bird surveys and tree mitigation. So nothing has really changed in that way. It's just that we've separated all of the concepts and laid them out in different mitigation measures. And then 6 of the mitigation measures are construction only. So they would speak to a lot of what's already in the municipal code, in the general plan, or I believe there was a question earlier about lighting and if there's shielded lighting and that sort of thing. One of the bullet points in mitigation measure number 3 speaks to lighting. So a lot of these stipulations in here would already be something that would be done on the project. They're construction only based, so not running your equipment outside of the limits of construction, not bringing firearms, dogs, and spreading trash everywhere. These are very basic mitigation measures and sometimes referred to as project design features or specs that are included with almost every project at least every project that I've ever worked on involving construction. Because this is an MCTA, we spelled out all of that. And then what happens is when the project is designed on a parcel, then it's like a menu of options, and then it's determined what applies to that particular parcel, that particular engineering design, and what the city needs to garnish a grading permit for them.
So for quick clarification on page 366 of the staff report, page 4.4.-22, the mitigations required were, in the notes at the bottom, X indicates a mitigation required for any area of the project, so any area disturbed with regards to the yard that would be part of the MCTA. And then there's a P, that mitigation is required if impacts extended, I believe it's beyond that 35% and the 20-foot outside of that we were discussing previously, to the scenic easement boundary. That P would be required for all these parcels within and the surveys or
Which
requirements.
mitigation measure is it?
It's all of them. So it's your list of biological mitigations measures 1 through 18, and it's that chart.
Again, going back to what Michelle was saying, the table was developed based on the fact that we don't know where these projects are going to be. You could have one long road with a gazebo all the way at the end where a riparian forest once stood, or you can have somebody building an eternity pool pretty close to their house. We didn't know. So we were asked to give some sort of a visual guide to allow residents to more easily see what might be required of them. And in the time we were allotted, that was the best we could come up with. But what Michelle said still applies. We don't have an impact area for any of these properties. They don't exist yet, as far as I know. So the
impact areas, not the properties.
Yeah, sorry, the impact areas don't exist. So the project design, the design of their gazebo, the design of their extended deck, whatever they want to do, that would drive what surveys might be required and what mitigation measures might be required. They could go in there and build whatever they want and not manage to impact any of those sensitive areas. But we have no way of knowing what will not be impacted because we don't know.
So can you
what they're going
clarify
to
then with regards to the X note that says equals mitigation required for any area of the parcel? If grading. And that's a lot of these properties that have
Right, and that.
requirements.
So just to clarify, we were not a fan of that table, and we weren't, we're hoping that we could find a way to not put it into the report, but that was something requested of us. So we did our best to show which mitigation measures would apply, but we were also asked to constrain to the 20-foot extension off the 35%. So the 35% is somewhat nebulous, the 20-foot is nebulous, but then those boundaries could change. So then at that point, well, does the mitigation measure apply or doesn't it? I don't know, because the configuration could change it for the actual project. So it was somewhat of an exercise in futility to make that table at all, because the engineering drawings could look different than what is actually on our figures that we produced and the acreage analyses that we were provided.
Okay.
In some ways, the original design and what we intended to analyze for would be the analysis that would usually apply for CEQA. But in this case, we were asked to redesign to minimize the amount of mitigation. But we had to remain unbiased and not try to make the mitigation fit what the landowners want to do.
So
our job is to be
real
unbiased.
quick.
That's really understandable.
Real quick for clarification, though, with regards to trying to get this chart, the previous mitigation measures, if I remember correctly, was just required, period. So there was no clarification for per lot. It was just, these shall be done.
No.
Okay.
So
That's a misunderstanding, but we would clarify that if there was also a phase where we did the response to comments here. We came into the...
Prior to response to comments, prior to this being
No, no.
published, there was a different version that was just unlimited, that
Right.
just said, shall be done for any project
No.
that pertained to this.
So that sounds like an internal discussion you may have had at some point. So can I have a,
Right, but the
I know there's a lot of
mitigation-
clarifications that you like to make, and you've made a lot of good ones. And I think in summary, not every property is going to have all the reviews and studies, et cetera. However, it sounds like a biologist has to go on site for every project in order to determine whether other studies or mitigation measures. Is there a short answer you could give to that? Am I in the right ballpark?
That would be absolutely correct.
Okay, great.
Because we don't know where the build-out would
Yes,
be.
you have
Right,
explained
so-
that very well. Thank you. And I do appreciate the work you've done, and I am appreciative of all the mitigation measures that you have included. So I just want to finish up my questions with two questions about the biological mitigation. If, as I was asking, do these mitigation measures result if there is habitat or stuff that needs to be mitigated found on site, burrows, vegetation, species of any kind that are sensitive, whatever, do the mitigation measures ever result in a requirement that those things be preserved where they are before any grading occurs?
There are...
It sounds like they are, and I mean, I can maybe list them really quickly. You've talked about surveys, assessing habitat, having a report, paying into a mitigation bank, and relocating wildlife, and reconstituting vegetation someplace else.
Right.
That may not be comprehensive, but I think in summary, that's a pretty good explanation or description of what the mitigation measures do. My question to you, does any of that require preservation on site where it is located before grading?
It would be temporal. So unless it's a
Temporal
fully
meaning
protected
what?
species. So let's say,
Varying in time.
I know it means in time, but what do you mean? It's for
so
a
let's
certain
say
amount of time or what?
there's an animal that is nesting there, or an animal that is using, if it was a burrowing owl, they're using a burrow. During the nesting season, they would be precluded from passive relocation. During the
Right.
non-breeding season, then the passive relocation measures and exclusion would then be implemented, which is, in some respects, just disallowing them to use that particular area. There's a one-way trapdoor that's put onto their burrow, so when they exit, they can no longer enter, and then the burrow can be destroyed. And then the burrowing owl.
I understand. So
hopefully finds another
temporarily,
location.
during construction, you could prohibit it, but in the long run, you're not preserving that burrow like you just said. You can
No.
destroy it after you.
There's nothing that would have to be preserved, perhaps if there was a fully protected species found, but that's not anticipated
That's all
on
my
this
question
project.
was. Thank you.
I have another one. Did you have one?
I am finished.
Not a question. Go ahead, Eric.
So who makes the decision then as to what mitigation surveys and the rest are required then if it varies so much by lot?
Well,
I'm trying
generally-
to understand the process and how, so we have this chart that says everything, but it's on a case-by-case basis, so we don't actually know. And I understand that there's a lot of uncertainty. Who makes that call then in terms of what surveys have to be done on these lots? Do they call like a
So,
state agency up, or what happens?
That's one option, to call an agency, although that should probably be your last option if you are unfamiliar with what questions to ask them. I would say what's termed in the industry as a qualified biologist. So generally any consulting firm that would be able to perform those surveys on site, or independent biologists with a biological LLC. The surveys probably wouldn't cost you more than between 7 to I'm going to say 7 to 18,000, depending on what your resources are, and you'd have to have a lot of resources to get even that high. So, and possibly, if you had a qualified biologist come out, look at your site, look at your design plans, I don't see that costing the landowner more than $500. But if there were resources found on site within the development area, or potential to indirectly impact those areas, then additional surveys would be required. And that biologist would base those surveys based on what impacts would occur because of the project design.
Okay, excuse me. Being as I've lost one individual at this point, I think we'll take about a 5-minute break right now. Thank you. Chris, we're going to get started.
Uh-huh.
We're going to reconvene. Ladies?
My colleague is still in the restroom.
Well, Mr. Mayor, before we do that, I personally have heard enough testimony based off of everything at this point. I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation. I think that there's enough that's been discussed tonight that has lent itself to, I think, a reasonable conclusion that a peer review will likely elicit a different opinion based off of what is included here. And I think even the recommendations, or the discussion anyways, has lent itself to even some differings of opinion or communication even between staff and the consultant. So that would be, I would move that we adopt staff's recommendation and make said appropriation for $50,000, not to belabor this any longer.
Mr. Mayor, I had one question before we move to that I would like to ask that would help me understand the value of it. And that question will be, I want to know if the 1,000 cubic feet, if it were to be reduced at all.
Cubic yards.
Cubic yards.
Do you have your mic
this yield a significantly different outcome in terms of environmental reviews and the rest? Because if so, that may be something we may want to consider that could help with that process instead of leaving it to chance and this, this, that, and the other. So that's what I would ask.
I'm not going to withdraw the motion. If it has a second, then we could consider the question. If not, so be it.
So does that include continuing the item to a date uncertain? So we're not voting up or down on the grading itself, we're just...
That's correct. As staff's recommended, we would just seek peer review, authorize the appropriation, and then this would come back at some point.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to vote in favor of it. The concern I have is spending the extra $50,000. I mean, we're just spending money and more money on this project, and that's my concern. But we're kind of at that point where you can't turn back. You're kind of halfway across the bridge, and you got to get to the other side. I don't know if we're going to get a substantially different result. We may have a little bit more clarity to everybody, us and the public and staff and everybody. But I don't necessarily think we're going to get a completely different result if they follow CEQA.
Let me just ask a clarification. We have a first and a second, and we have John speaking up here. Eric wanted to ask a particular question. Can we go ahead and get an answer for that, or is that out of line, Mr. Alloway?
It's kind of up to the council, Mayor, but you can get an answer to his question if you'd like.
Yeah,
So actually, staff can answer that. Because we don't know where the construction's taking place on the lot, the reduction of cubic feet would not necessarily change the results
Great.
significantly. And regardless, even when we were looking at the original study session to codify the extra 200, we were advised that we would still need to go through the CEQA process and do an MND for the project.
Well, I just wondered if it would reduce the number of studies. If, there's things the inputs are what lead to the outputs, right? And so I'm trying to understand what the levers
Animals have no boundaries.
Yeah, but again, we don't know where they're developing, because this isn't placing a limit on the development of those parcels. So we may have a parcel that's, let's just say, one of the random lots home in front. They may choose to put a pool directly behind the house. They may choose, because the lot's big enough, to go back 100 yards.
Okay.
So because we don't know where that development would take place, the reduction wouldn't have the effects I think that you would think it would have.
And the other question I had raised earlier was, if we're going to spend $50,000 in a study and it's $5,000 more to do the whole thing, is it worth just kind of getting the most bang for a buck? is what I was trying to understand what the cost might be. If it's significant, obviously, no, but
Didn't the last study cost us 90,000?
Correct. It would be somewhere to that, about that cost.
got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess there's no more questions for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to add just one thing.
Sure.
The response to comments, when we were here the first time for the commission hearing, we received the comments, I think the last comment came in within hours before we were here, so we didn't have time to write the response to comments, and that really wasn't addressed during that hearing, and I'm not sure, I know additional comments have come in, but we didn't respond to those either, and did not have time to go through the whole response to comments and then revising any of the concerns in the report. So
But the comment period ended at some point, and those are only the comments you have to respond to. If you're talking about public testimony during public hearing, you don't have to, I mean, you can't, we would like you to answer those questions, of course, but that's not something that you would be required or even encouraged to have written responses to.
right, I mean the response to comments to the initial circulation. We didn't finish those, or actually couldn't start those until after the hearing, so we couldn't speak to that.
Got it.
But in addition, there wasn't a time where we could revise the report. There was only time for us to respond to the comments. So I'm not sure if that adds perspective for you, but just so you know, there's the response to comments, and it's not necessarily incorporated into the document or other changes that we would have liked to have made. So I'm not sure if that needs to be sent to the peer review folks as well. So if they need that background or history, then we could provide that to them as well.
Oh, I'm concerned that this is like a half-baked chicken. I mean, it sounds like we got this report here, we're having this public hearing. It sounds like the process you guys would have liked to have done didn't get done. How did that happen?
I think there was just a rush to get it done.
So they've responded, so with the response to comments are in the staff report. So all the comments that we received prior to the deadline, and I believe we got one in addition that we provided from a resident that the day after we provided those comments, they've responded to those comments, and that's in the staff report.
The goal of the response to comment in the comment period was never to have the comments for Planning Commission. It was to have those ready for tonight, because the Planning Commission was just a recommending body. Because the council was making the actual decision, we ended the comment period the day of the Planning Commission. We knew those would not be ready till tonight. We wanted them ready for the deciding body. The Planning Commission got to ask questions. We figured that was good enough in the meantime.
But I think to the point that's being raised here is that whatever those comments were, though, the changes that would have potentially, it sounds like, been made or could have been made are not reflected in what we have before us then?
They are. There's an errata at the back, and those changes are reflected in the errata.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If they need more background information for the peer review, we can
sorry, ma'am?
If they need more background information for the peer review, we can certainly provide that as well.
Super. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, we have a first, second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to oral communications. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to speaking once for up to 3 minutes. Any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak to the council at this time? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll move on. City manager report.
For the sake of time, since it's so late in the evening, I've already forwarded my update to you. There's nothing actionable in it.
Okay. City attorney.
No items, Mayor. Thank you.
Members of the City Council, council members' reports on meetings attended at the expense of the city. Seeing none, we'll move on to city council requests for future items, comments, and updates. Eric?
No comment.
Eric?
I just wanted to mention one thing to everybody that's left out. Oh, wait. It's just maybe a few people left on TV. But I just wanted to mention that this last Saturday there was the canned food drive to support the families of Marines that are stationed at 29 Palms. And as anybody that knows anything about 29 Palms knows, it's fairly isolated, and there are quite a few service members' families that are out there kind of isolated and in need due to financial constraints as well. So our San Dimas Rotary, along with a variety of other groups, including the Masonic Lodge, all got together, did a canned food drive, and they trucked out this last Monday. They brought all of the fruits of their canned food drive out to the pantry for the 29 Palms Marine Corps base and stocked them back up. And it sounds like, based on what they collected, they got about 6 to 7 months worth of supplies for the entire base. It sounds like that's something that they're going to continue doing. They last did it a year ago. It's something they're going to continue doing about every 6 months or so is their goal. So be on the lookout for that. It's a really great program. I had a chance to go out there and donate some canned goods, and they had a whole contingent of people out there sorting, packaging, and loading all of this stuff all into a box truck to drive out there. It was pretty neat. So that's it.
John?
Yeah, just two things, both related to mobile home parks. One, in Chris's update that he mentioned, but I just wanted to mention this for the viewing public who views this later or right now. We have installed a dog park. We've converted a little open area in Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates. This is one of the suggestions that was made a while back, and there's a little dog park there, and it looks pretty good. So it's a small dog park for all size dogs. I don't mean to say you have to have a little dog. So the other thing is we've all gotten some letters and calls and conversations from residents at Cienega Valley Estates. This is a privately owned mobile home park in the city on Cienega. And right now it's a 55 and over park. And the reports we've gotten anyway is that the park owners want to change it to an all ages park. I'm not sure what options the city really has in this, even though residents are telling us that we approved it, which we didn't really have anything to say about it. But I was still wondering, just to kind of respond to their concerns and kind of complete the circle, if we could get a report on what options there might be. And there's some legal ramifications. There's also some practical timeline things that would anything we could possibly do even affect the conversion, which I understand is already in place. And Chris wrote a good email. I don't know, did that go to everybody, or did so yeah, that's a great starting point. Just to say, he covered a lot of points. But I was wondering if there was a second person on the council who would like to have a report of that kind.
I'll support it. I just also would ask, why did they think that we voted on something like that? If we can...
Well,
word got around.
The messages that I got is supposedly somebody, whoever somebody is, said the city council had already approved this and it was, it was a done deal. Well, what I found out is I don't ever recall us discussing it. I don't know how that all evolved, except for the fact that what I had found in the little bit of research that I've done on this is that our control, our span of control on this is really to the point that if the ownership of the property decided that they were going to change the use to like condos or apartments or something like that, which would result in a zoning change, then the city would become involved. Other than that, it doesn't sound like we have, any real membership in
that's
this,
the
and I
kind of-
understand.
I just like to get that sort of as a report to respond to their perception or whatever. Those properties, all the mobile home parks, used to be zoned multifamily back in the 90s, and I was part of this. To protect the mobile home parks from being developed, like you said, we changed them so that they're mobile home park zones. And so we did that, and maybe that's what they're referring to, but we never put age restrictions or any kind of language like that on those. But it would be
And
good
it's not
to
a
just...
part of the mobile home accord neither. Yeah.
Exactly, and so those points would be good to have some information about.
Would a letter, you want a staff report back to council, or would a letter authored by the city manager, like we've done with some of the other projects, like we did with Bonita Cataract, with the history published on the website and circulated to the residents, would that be as effective with the back history, or you want it at council?
I think there's some policy decisions the city council could make. I'm not saying that we would, but there are some policy decisions and, frankly, ordinances we could pass. I'm just saying could pass. This isn't where that's heading. I just would like, and that's more than a letter like you're talking about would probably want to talk about.
If I may, because we had this conversation a long time ago when a council member asked for information, I provided to the council member, and I asked, should I provide it to every council member every time? And the council had said no. And so given that this is going to come forth, I'll make sure I'll get that email out to all the council members. It was quite extensive in terms of addressing policy issues. It also covered an ordinance that was passed by another city in 2019 regarding this matter. And leave that as, given the workload of staff, I'd rather have that document be what we have as a starting point for the conversation at the next council meeting, and then Jeff and I can speak verbally to anything else from that. You can give direction from there, if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right.
That's all.
Good. All right. John brought up just what I was going to bring up, but I didn't. I did forget. Who?
That's all right. Whatever.
I forgot Ryan.
No.
Oh my God. I am sorry, Ryan.
I don't want to say everything, Mayor.
I apologize, Ryan. I thought we were moving on to the next.
No. I'll be brief. One is, this hour. One is, I do want to echo Councilmember Weber's comments. Rotary, Star Post, Sheriff's Department, American Legion, Star Post 309, as well as High Point and the Chamber. Everyone did a really great job. Thursday night, I had the opportunity to go to High Point to kick off the event that went through the weekend, to be able to donate some of those canned goods and stuff. So really good cause, great thing, and well attended, I think, by everybody. I thank the community for going out and turning out to that. A couple of Fridays ago, I just wanted to make sure we mentioned myself and many members of the City Council attended our annual Sheriff's Department Reserve Volunteer Recognition Dinner. I congratulate everybody that was recognized there. I also want to acknowledge Jeff Hartung, who's since retired from the city. I know some folks know his name very well, even might have his signature on a couple things that they may have gotten in his tenure here. But he did a very good job in being out there in the community, serving this community. And for those that didn't know, he also served the community not just as an employee here with the city of San Dimas, but he served our mountain search and rescue team. He also had tenure working as a reserve deputy, and sometimes would also work serving right out of our station here in San Dimas. So Jeff, congratulations to you. I wanted to make sure I got that out. And I'm very thankful for your service. Congratulate everyone else that was recognized there. And then the last thing is, and if this applies to anybody in the city, Jeffrey Prang, someone who we don't always hear from, but he is one of our other elected officials in county government, our county assessor. The county assessor's office is providing storm damage related relief. So if you are someone who lives in a property who experienced damage or destruction resulting from these harsh weather conditions, he asked that some council members work to communicate property tax savings programs, wherein his office is offering tax relief program called Misfortune and Calamity Program. So if you are someone who thinks that you may qualify or have experienced damage, properties that have sustained a minimum of $10,000 in damage or may have been destroyed are eligible for a refund of taxes already paid or lower annual tax bills until the property is repaired or rebuilt. So if you're interested in that or want more information, or you know someone that's been affected by some of this weather, visit the assessor.lacounty.gov/tax-relief /disaster-relief. And with that, I also just wanted to acknowledge we have CERT training, our community emergency response team training. We've had our folks meeting, and I appreciate all the work that they're doing. Last Friday, San Gabriel Valley Vector and Mosquito Control District. I'm very honored to continue to have the privilege to serve on that. They met in person for the first time that I've been on it for the last couple years, and so that was very interesting to get down there to the office, but the district's doing very well. They announced a new strategic plan, so I was very impressed with the presentation, some of the key performance indicators they're going to be looking at, so I very much look forward to our strategic planning session coming up soon. And lastly, this weekend, the City Olympics will be occurring on Saturday. So for those who are interested, contact the city's Parks and Recreation Department. Hopefully the weather cooperates and we have a wonderful event. And I wish everyone the best who's going to participate, and good luck. Thank you.
I had a lot of things to say, but I think I'm going to pass. At this time, we are going to go into closed session to discuss two items, which include an annual performance evaluation and labor negotiations with the city manager, public employee performance evaluation. The agency designated representative will be Jeff Moway, the city manager, or I'm sorry, the city attorney, and who won't be there is the city manager. So, good evening. I'm sorry that it's taken so late, but I think we accomplished what we needed to accomplish, and I think John brings up an issue that's out there right now, and that's the mobile home park, but I've been assured that the mobile home accord doesn't address any of those issues. So, all right. Good night.